Je vais essayer là.
Ok. Take it easy.
아이고.
여기가 와이파이가 뭐 오래된 계정서에 있어.
시간에 대한 터치하지 않아서 알아서
하실 건데
Je vais conduire à partir de mon ordinateur. Donc, pour la...
혹시 이거 받으셨어요? Finish the slide.
Sorry, I don't have my card. I'm introduced by very kind friends, so they say all well, actually, this is my second time. Yeah, and the first time all the 10 years, same home, same place.
There is no problem. But for transmission by Zoom, there must be an operation.
Yes, we have. That's right. Yes.
Yeah, yes, yes. I can move it. Yeah.
Sorry. Get my bag and stuff.
PDF file is not the same.
So there's a folder that has the text.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I think everything's okay.
Send me ID with me.
You guys, that's so sweet. I'm crying in front of everyone. I will. Maybe I will. Should I say what for tomorrow night? Oh. You know what? I'm probably due for a good cry, so maybe not on my birthday. You could probably done enough to my country. I've done enough before. I got so cast I never get cast. What was it? I don't know. I was like getting down, like doing stuff in my lap. And I was just like, I used to always get cast. It is not fun.
턱이 차는 게 문제가 있나?
Yeah, like I went and some fried rice. And that was sandwiches, basically prodigy chef who goes back like help us out. I don't know, it's got like
I can say would share the
Good afternoon. I'm Mi Kyung-an from the Semiotics Research Center at Hankuk University of Marine Studies. I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the first Asian Semiotics International Conference. I will moderate the opening and plenary session. First, Professor Sung-do Kim, the president of Asian Semiotics International Association, will deliver an opening address. Please welcome President Sung-do Kim.
Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear students. As the chairman of the Korean National Committee of the International Conference of the Asian Semiotics and president of the Asian Semiotics International Association, I have the honor to welcome you on behalf of the Korean University and all committee members. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this first international conference of the Asian Semiotics here in Seoul, Korean University. We are very grateful to the Korean University for the tremendous support they have provided as host and to the conference organizing committee, particularly head of research center Semiotics, 문화연구의 University Studies, and Professor Min Kyung-an, the director of the Cultural Science. I can mention all people who supported this conference, but I should mention the president of Seoul University. I like to refer to many supporters of IASS, International Association for Semiotic Studies, Paul Cobley, and Christian Becker, so on. As you know, here there are a broad range of subject matters to be explored by a semiotic lens in Asia. The speakers in the forum are uniquely placed to debate these and highlight the key themes, trends, and current practice for the audiences. Especially interesting will be learn each other recent theme and the developments from Asian and European semiotics. The wonderful thing about this conference is the international perspective our speakers bring to these discussions. The conference theme is just exploring imagination of the Asian cultural studies with the subtitle Rooting the Semiotics. We are better placed than the participants of this conference to speak about the lessons learned of who is better. I'm very glad we found a selection of them prepared to speak to you about their semiotic lessons learned over several decades and their vision, and also to look ahead in the panel after opening keynotes and main sessions. And I really wish you to note that we have something special. I'd like to the website of Asian Semiotics International Association. It is high time that such an event took place in Seoul to highlight the remarkable contribution which Semiotics makes in so many areas of Asian culture and Asian humanities. A glance through the list of the presentations planned this conference reveals the amazing diversity of the voices of Asian and European Semiotics. They range from the epistemological and historic perspective of the Asian Semiotics to the Oriental imaginary and Turkish architecture and literature, so on, the Asian cultural semiotics, and COVID-19 as a total social threat. So the semiotics has the profound impact on the way we perceive and interpret the world of the meaning. And ASIA, namely the Asian Semiotics International Association, is pleased to have been a partner in the growth of those knowledge and experiences. The key role of the semiotics is to make the cultural knowledge available to those interested in the phenomena of cultural practices and the ecology of meaning and senses, as they pursue their development goals in humanities, social science, and the science of life. There is a great demand for the services of the semioticians. Asian countries are not simply passive recipients of the Western semiotic theories and the trends created, shared, and disseminated by the Western semioticians. On the contrary, many Asian countries have acquired high levels of expertise in semiotics and human and social sciences. They use their semiotic expertise to innovate for their own benefits, but also would share it with other Asian semioticians. Many Asian semioticians went to play a key role in building capacity in semiotics and their countries. I expect that some of them are with us today. This is all part of our contribution to ensuring that semiotics achieve their full potential for the benefit of humankind. In these times calling for social relevance of scientific activities, it is very fortunate to see the important part taken in this conference by semiotic applications and semiotic sensitivity. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, a conference such as this provides a valuable opportunity for scholars, researchers, and policymakers and cultural planners to share experiences. I'm grateful to many distinguished semioticians who have come to share their knowledge today, Professor Ishida, Professor Rayone, Professor Sema Kanwalkar, sorry about the pronunciation. I also welcome the moderators, the discussants, panelists, and the undergraduate and the master PhD candidate who have joined us. I am sure you will have fruitful and rewarding exchange today. I wish you every success with this important conference. I look forward to hearing about the outcome. Before closing, I hope to extend further thanks to the three institutions who greatly encouraged in organizing the conference. First, my home university, Korea University, and Hanguk University, and Seongyul University. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, President Song Do-kim. Next, the Director of Semiotics Research Center at the Hanguk University of Foreign Studies was supposed to give a celebration speech, but he was unable to attend today's conference due to urgent matters. So, on behalf of Director Seo, I would like to deliver welcome messages briefly. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to President Song Do-kim for holding the first Asian Semiotics International Conference in Seoul, Korea. I also would like to express my sincere gratitude and extend a warm welcome to all of you from all around the world participating in the first Asian Semiotics International Conference here and online as well. Focusing on the theme of a transdisciplinary imagination of Asian cultural studies, I'm sure this conference will be stimulating and productive. And I also hope you will enjoy the conference. Thank you.
University. The Korea University was founded in 1905 and is recognized not only as one of the best universities in our nation, but also as its name and its academic value became internationally recognized. Our research center was founded in 2006 and conducted many academic works in applying the knowledge of the humanities in the diverse domains of social and cultural world. I would like to express my thanks for many distinguished scholars who are here to exchange their thoughts with each other. I wish you good success of this conference. Thank you.
Okay. Lastly, Professor Christian Bankov from New Bulgarian University will also deliver celebration messages.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I will give my greetings on behalf of the International Association for Semiotic Studies. We support very much the essence of the ASEAN Association International Semiotic Association. It is a great event because in the last decades, I guess especially after 2012, when the first World Congress of ASEAN took place in Asia, in Nanjing, Asia is so active and so rich in contribution of the semiotic studies, and it was time that all these activities somehow organized an association, which is very important to make the next step, expand and make more impactful all the contribution of the ASEAN semioticians. Hopefully many more countries will join to reach the cultural variety of languages and science systems that it is a semiotic treasure, which hopefully with the support of this organization will become more and more present in the world semiotics. So I wish all participants interesting and fruitful discussions and presentation during these 2 days. And special thanks to Professor to keep these efforts make all this happen, and to Korea University, which I think is very similar, for the support of this university to the semiotic activities. So good work to everyone.
Okay, next. Semiotics Research Center at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies and Asian Semiotics International Association signed a memorandum of understanding to promote research and education and cooperation. So before moving on to the plenary session, President Song Kim and I will take an offshore photo before you, the audience. we will start plenary session. It's also my great pleasure and honor to introduce the first keynote speaker, Professor Hidetaka Ishida, the Honorary President of Asian Semiotics International Association. Professor Hidetaka Ishida is an emeritus professor at the University of Tokyo. He's also a philosopher, semiotician, and theorist in media studies. Professor Ishida graduated from the University of Tokyo, and he received his PhD in human sciences from University of Paris. Professor Ishida served as Dean of the Graduate School of Interdisciplinary Information Studies at the University of Tokyo. He edited the Japanese translation of *Geoacry* by Michel Foucault and *Techniques and Time* by Bernard Stiegler. His works in Japanese include The Knowledge of Sign, The Knowledge of Media, Contemporary Philosophy, Media Theory for Adults, and The New Semiotics. The title of today's talk is Science in Asia. Please welcome Professor Hidetaka Ishida.
A little problem with my connection. Start with my PDF files because that is so Okay, so sorry for little technical problem with for connection. So yes, I can do that. So, I think this time that will work. A little problem, like a technical problem of connection. So I hope that all people on internet can watch this slide. So I will begin my presentation. First of all, I saw so many greetings for the creation of this Asian initiative in International Asian Semiotics. And I thank very much for all the efforts that Professor Kim Sun-do made for preparation and realization of this project. I'm a long time friend of Professor Kim, and that was a long dream for us to start this Asian initiative. So I'm very, very happy today, and I extend my all congratulations, all welcome for many, many people who assist today to this initiative. So I will deliver my opening address, which will be quite personal presentation, because as you know, we cannot represent in strict sense the all Asian semiotic problem. So I made a little 20, yes, a number of 20 slides, and I will explain my personal motivation for Asian semiotics. So first slide, I entitled Science in Asia, Introducing an Asian Semiotics Initiative. First of all, as in the preparatory conference 1 year ago, just 1 year ago, as Professor Kim wonderfully explained the problematic for Asian people to speak about Asian problem. Because Asia is not the name that Asians choose to designate Asian people. So there is a little originally alienation of the name. And the first problem is how we can integrate this question of originally alienation of cultural identity, cultural identities. So I entitled Asia, a name of the other. Asia is a name of the other, given by the other. As was wonderfully explained by Professor Kim Sun-do at the preparatory conference last year. While acknowledging acknowledging this original alienation of the name, it is rather fun to us to assume this game. For every semiotics adventure is intended for the friendly listening of others. And for this task, this original deprivation of the proper name is, I think, we must think in positive manner, this alienation. So this deprivation of the proper manner name is rather favorable to make our semiotic freedom flourish. So, what identity can we rely on in this common adventure? We asked ourselves last time, 1 year ago, and I suggested personally that we use the formula of the language game in the manner of Wittgenstein. We are always similar to each other, always already partially different. Games for our family, allowing us to cross our borders from one to another. This is, I think, this is the multiform and multiple games that is the exercise of semiotic freedom. So we have also the division between the Orient and the Occident, East and West. The division between East and West so also concerns us. But for to speak this division, I think we must choose the problem of historicity of this division. But so this, on this point of division, I was saying, quoting my late friend Bernard Stiegler, French philosopher who died 2 years ago, this division no longer exists, given the digitization of the planet. Finally, the infrastructure of the symbolic, at last resort, was brought to the very simple mechanical dyad of signals 0 and 1, and which, of course, does not mean that there are no more symbolic differences, but on the contrary, the world has entered its fundamental disorientation. So we are in the world, globalized world, disoriented. That it means that there is no more difference, simply division, Orient and Occident. We are disoriented world with Occident, Orient, ancient Occident and ancient Orient. You have the image of the Korean famous astrological But we are so many questions, cosmological, astrological question, historicity of our encounter between Occident and Western, Occident and Orient, etc. That is a historical condition of this this initiative. Slide the question because I whether one recalls Platonic Kora in Platonic Kora or Nishida, Japanese philosopher's Basho, the question we place, was a lemma and other fundamental concepts of Buddhist logic and epistemology, Buddhist epistemology. The question of the foundation or matrix of the symbolic cannot fail to be brought to the fore in this ontological disorientation symbolic systems. Hence, the aspiration and expectation for our research to take off in the study of the foundations of meaning and science, which have long remained underground in our logical traditions. So in the modernity, logical traditions were Occidental, essentially, but now it is not evident, I think. So the renewal of the semiotics is epistemologically necessary now. And so I developed about this second point in 2-3 slides following. As we know, in the second half of the 19th century, the development of analog technologies gave rise to Charles Sanders' past semiotics, or Ferdinand Saussure's semiology. First, as we know, made it possible to conceive of the general semiotics that operates within the flow of consciousness and to uncover the process of logical inference that continues through all categories of science. Saussure, by taking advantage of phonological discoveries through analog technology, made it possible to define the life of science, citation, that underlies all the psychic and social life of civilization. As everyone knows, the structural and cognitive revolution of the 20th century resulted from both traditions. Nowadays, huge databases and archives are being built up all over the world, and as data correlation are made possible, mechanically possible, all layers of cultures are surfacing. With the logic of palimpsest at work, we are witnessing phenomena of mechanically assisted cultural anamnesis. It seems to me that an epistemic renewal is taking place through digital grammatization. The word is from Sylvain Auroux, French language philosopher. If machine language reduces all the sign systems of the world into indefinite sequence of number 0 and 1, this universal reduction of signs into computability nevertheless brings back complex and rich semiotic questions, calling semiotics to a renewal of its theory and practice. There is an interesting dialectic between media technology and observation of cultural practices. It is perhaps as media technology evolves in the direction of concreteness of sensible recording, that knowledge through this media technology gains embodied knowledge. So I showed last time the program to read ancient Kuzushiji manual script in Japanese tradition. But this software is not simply to read for contemporary people to read ancient script, but to recover the movement and the gesture of writing. So with technical innovation, we can recover the semiotic praxis of the ancient cultural stratifications. So last time I cited this example of the return of writing lectures made possible by the use of software for reading handwritten text, or the recognition of non-linear perspectives in Japanese Yamato-e paintings. One could also add the studies of dance gestures and step algorithms, which are done with the help of bipedal robots, noting human motions. All of this can reveal what is happening at the levels of meaning-making actions that were difficult until now to grasp in the bookish environment of studies alone. This mutation, epistemological and technological changes the theory by calling for more praxeological and ecological approach to cultural phenomena. If we remember that Levi-Strauss anthropology has greatly inspired semiotic research on cultures in 20th century, the current ontological term in anthropology with its four cultural paradigm, for example, by Philippe Descola, animism, totemism, naturalism, and analogism, that ontological term particularly encourage us as non-Western researchers to to emphasize other cultural logics, so cultural agency in the sense of subjects that are more observable according to angles of analysis other than these that have long been favored by modern Western naturalism. And the third point of my talk is about semiotics and humanities. I deeply believe that semiotics has so a very important role to play in this general change of conditions for research and education in the humanities especially. There is no other general science as well placed as semiotics to cultivate a new discipline of meaning at the interface between the semiosis of culture and the technology of information processing. There is much talk about the world, about the decline of humanities education, which is of course a very worrying sign directly related to the deterioration of the cultural, political, and even ecological condition of life on Earth. For example, this very simple schema, this is a my pedagogical tool that I use in my teaching in undergraduate level to explain the structure of the Dasein presence in the world in our cyberneticized world of the early 21st century. In the age of Heidegger, 1 century ago, that was human with hammer, with real world, etc., etc. But now, instead of hammer, you have smartphone. You have instead of the sun or moon or astro, the star, you have GPS, etc. And you are all the past things, database, etc. So that condition of the being in the world is completely changed. But that entails many questions about the condition of human. The other picture was taken 2-3 years ago in the courtyard of the École Normale Supérieure d'Ulm in Paris, the famous elitist school, graduated Foucault, Sartre, Derrida, etc. For someone like me, who did my youthful training, academic training, under such professor as Foucault, Derrida, Lacan, etc., it is unimaginable to find non-imaginable to find an insect hotel in the courtyard of the ENS. All this to say that our knowledge of biosemiotics began in the lineage of Yuxku is completely topical today, at a time when all our youth is questioning life in the Anthropocene era. I think that the Asian approach to semiotics contributes to reconsider the division between the artifact and the human, or culture and nature. Knowledge of the life of sign must become more than ever a basic culture of the humanities. So I reach the final moment. I think the time is okay. So semiotic and variance in civilization. I mentioned last year Luis Borges' The Library of Babel, which begins with the words, the universe that others call a library. This library is now real. All the world is, in principle, World Wide Web library. But this realization of the dream of Borges is not very, very hopeful, utopic library. By the turn of the century, 21st century, the amount of information circulated in the space of a year had exceeded the total amount of information produced by the 3 trillion years of human history as space. And if the total volume of information on the internet was 10 in 2002, it has multiplied by 6,000 to reach 60,000 in 2020. I'm talking about a deluge of information in the internet. And it has to be said that it is the M2M part of information that is now the biggest part of device and connections, which means that the advance of the automatic society, we live in the automatic society without humanities, without human. We have been in the universal library of the World Wide Web for 30 years now. And it is becoming increasingly clear that a civilizational malaise in the sense of Sigmund Freud is increasingly affecting this universe. So Zarathustra of Nietzsche says, the desert grows. Woe to him who hides deserts. The stone crunches against the stone. The desert clutches you and suffocates you. And you remember the film The Matrix, headlined in 1999, Welcome to the Desert of the Real. The rarefaction of cultural values is motivated by the growth of the desert, the malaise in civilization as well as the political crisis has its reason in this informational explosion. If I may be permitted a personal episode around around 1980, as a student, I had the good fortune to meet Borges on a visit to Japan. When asked by journalists about his impressions of Japan, this already blind, totally blind writer, and he was also librarian, made an unforgettable reply. He said that he was particularly impressed by the deer cries that can be heard in the morning fog in the park in Nara. I wonder what the relationship would be I wonder what the relationship would be between the sharing, sobering information he received from the winter morning atmosphere of the ancient unknown city for him, and this very beautiful and unforgettable expression he drew from it. Semiotics must be an antidote to the effect of this nihilism of information. Information and communication technology must not short-circuit human and cultural symbolic processes. In order not to fall into this technological evil, the knowledge of semioticians must be integrated into the design of architecture of society, information society. If I infer from the episode of Borges, I think that we can establish a scheme of comparison following comparison. The deluge of data is a fullness of input and a desert of meaning. While in Borges, the input is reduced to a minimum because of his blindness. In his inner world, the very vast culture of letters ensures the infinity of meaning. It is necessary to make work this logic of the sense, which is a logic of the sign, and that makes me associate with the practice of the Zen in Extreme Orient, in my country. The Zen monks like to draw the universe by a simple brush stroke, tracing a very simple circle. But this circle is, as it has been interpreted by the French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, in fact, a topological structure forming a Möbius ribbon or a Klein pot. A simple brush stroke that computerically speaking counts only one bit can produce a topos, a place that topologically joining the inside and the outside can reach the infinite dimension of the universe. I am therefore pleased to see that we have made a good start in coming together in this Asian semiotic project. Let us remember Saussure's formula, who a century ago who proposed semiology. We will call it semiology from the Greek semeion, sign. It will teach us that what signs are, what law governs them. Since it does not yet exist, we cannot say what it will be. But it has a right to exist, and its place is determined in that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Professor Ishida. Let's give Professor Ishida a big hand again. We will have the Q&A session after a special lecture. So we will now wrap up the first plenary session. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Kim, and I'll be the moderator of the first main session. First main session will be about 2 hours and 10 minutes. We'll start with a special lecture by the Professor Shima Kangwakar. And I would like to notice just two things. First, those of you who are in the conference room, please put your phone into silent phone, so will not interfere any of the lecture from now on. And to the lecturers, your lecture time has to be punctual, so please be aware that you have certain times. Okay, now we'll start with a special lecture by the Professor Shima Kangwakar. The title is A Time in Indian Conceptualization, the Space in Memory. I'd like to welcome Professor Shima Kangwakar.
Speak from, can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon and a very, very warm welcome to the first Asian Semiotics Congress. I think it's a very, very special moment because the first time that we are gathering here today to celebrate Asian philosophy. And I must say that it's thanks to the monumental efforts of Professor Sumdo King to have put this together, and of course with the support of the IASS, Paul Cobley, Christian Bankov, and thank you so much for your wonderful plenary lecture, Professor Ishida, and my dear colleague Massimo Leone, and all of you here in the faculty, the students. It is an absolute delight and a special moment to be here today. So what I'm going to talk today is the concept of time. I mean, we do share a lot in Asia between Asian philosophies, Buddhism, Hinduism, but I'm not sure if any of you or some of you have read something on the Indian philosophical frameworks. So I thought it would be very interesting to talk about it and get a sense of how time is conceptualized, was conceptualized centuries ago in the Indian frameworks. So my daughter, who's here, she's very upset with the color that I have used. So please bear with the color of my slides. Yeah. So I begin with a very deep sense of reverence to the Indian philosophy that always refers to some hoary past. The Vedas, which is the primary text in India, were composed before the birth of Homer. Shlokas and Upanishads were taught in the midst of a battlefield in the Bhagavad Gita. So this is the famous Indian epic Mahabharata, where this is Lord Krishna speaking to Arjun, literally giving him, you see, Arjun belongs to the family of the Pandavas, and he's fighting his cousins, the Kauravas. Arjun is sort of totally traumatized by the idea that he's fighting his own brothers. There were 100 of them. And Krishna, who's his charioteer, gives him a whole lesson on the Bhagavad Gita and tells him that he is born to be a warrior, and so his dharma, which is his deed, he has to perform. It doesn't matter whether he's going to kill his brothers, but he has to fight in the battlefield. So this whole text, constitutes what is called the central aspect of Indian civilization and way of life. So if you talk to any Indian about the Bhagavad Gita, it is not the religion, but it is about how to conduct yourself in a universal principle of sorts. The 6 great schools of Indian philosophy were the Vedanta, the Mimamsa, the Saukhya, Yoga, Nyaya, and the Vaisheshika. Some basic ideas on time, space from the last centuries of BC in India are described in the Mahabharata, which I just showed you, the Puranas and the early Siddhantas. Hinduism was understood as a universal and eternal religion. It insists upon human spirit going beyond all doctrinal religions. So what we see today as a practice is not really the form of Hinduism that came in as a philosophy. It was a way of life. What we see in a political sphere is very different from where we all began, right? So it was, and the center of this view is the concept of the Brahman, which is very different from the Brahmin, which is a casteist notion. You see, the Brahman is something which is in each one of us. So what is the meaning of the Brahman, right? So we have the first phonetic sound, which is the Om, which is the supreme existence of absolute reality, the font of all things. So Om is the first sound that the universe is said to have produced. It is eternal, it is conscious, it is irreducible, infinite, omnipresent, spiritual source of universe, of finiteness and change. So when you do yoga, you start with the first sound, which is Om. So you center yourself completely by uttering. So that's the first phoneme or the first phonetic sound that the Brahman is supposed to create, and each of us have this in us. So the term Brahman etymologically means the great, the supreme. It sums up the Hindu nature of the ultimate reality. Brahman is the cosmic principle of the ultimate unifying and integrating principle of the universe. According to the Hindu theory of creation, time, which is the Sanskrit kal, is a manifestation of God. Now there are 12 manifestations of Brahman. Time is one of them. So the unity of the soul, the man, the universe, it all comes together in us. And so you have the unknown, the known, the Ishvara, who's God, and Purusha, which is our character, time, Trimurti, space, sound, food, and soul. In all of us, that is the manifestation of who we are, right? So the Kal, which is the time, Kal is a Sanskrit term with a dual meaning. The meaning is translated as black, is a manifestation of God. Creation time begins when God makes his energies active and ends when he withdraws all his energies into a state of inactivity. So there is a binary, which is when we are active, there is a creation. When we are inactive, there is a complete lack of energy. God is timeless, for God is relative, and ceases to exist in the absolute. The past, the present, and the future coexist in him and in us as Brahmins simultaneously. So the idea of time in Hindu philosophy was a fusion of the past, the present, and the future. There is so of course in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, who was a very, very renowned philosopher, introduced a concept referred to as the Dirgha Kala, or the long time. Dirgha Kala is an individual realization that when a new task has begun, it will not be perfected overnight. And this is something that in today's world, for all you young people, where you are sort of asked to, do things at a very fast pace, yogis should take their time to create a solid foundation in this new undertaking. And I think the foundation, and I think this whole Asian Semiotic Association, I hope, brings about the philosophical framework that everything has to have a foundation, a very deep foundation. So it is not about tools, but it is about a philosophical learning that we all have to undertake. So whether it be a new yoga practice, new job, new activity, a class, or a relationship, everything has to have a foundation. No new endeavor can be perfected immediately. The principle acts as a reminder to enjoy the journey or learning something new, and to intentionally build the groundwork that is required in the task. What we call conceptual framework. I tell my students always, because I teach in a school of design and architecture, that it's not about completing the product. It's not about making the building. It's about the process of creativity that is conceptually strong, that leads to a good building or a good design. There is an age-old Indian story of a king who was tending to his duties one morning with his subjects, meeting them all and discussing their concerns. Two farmers came up to him to solve their problem. The problem was that a pot of gold was found in the space between two fields. Both were claiming that the pot of gold to be the others. The king was distracted by his minister for a minute to attend to something else, and by the time he turned around, time had changed. This was a matter of 20 seconds or 30 seconds. The two farmers were still fighting, but this time they were claiming that the pot of gold belonged to the other. So now space and time had changed within a matter of seconds. By the time the king turned, the whole battle, the fight was about something else. So both time and memory had changed. A moment and an epoch in Indian philosophy are imaginary, right? So time has no fixed span, just as space has no fixed span. We can cross time and space in our cognition 1,000,000 times over and yet return to the very starting point with a different memory. Indian astronomers, physicists, starting with a position that sought to unify space, time, matter, and consciousness, argued for relativity of space and time, and recursively defined universes and a non-anthropocentric view. So Professor Ishida was talking about how we began with a non-Anthropocene perspective, and here you have in Indian philosophy way back there was an attempt to talk about a non-anthropocentric view. From a spiritual perspective then, time exists when we are in a state of duality, but disappears when we enter into a state of unity. Time cannot be analyzed according to Indian philosophy. It is indestructible, even if divided. Indian philosophers have discussed comprehensively whether time is an object of perception or not. It would be very interesting to have a discussion around how time is perceived in Korean philosophy, in Chinese philosophy, or in Japanese philosophy, because in Indian philosophy there has been all these schools of thought have discussed it very differently. Different schools of thought have come up with an understanding of time as a coefficient of all perceptions. Whenever an object, event, or action is perceived, it is not perceived as timeless, but as existing or occurring in time or qualified by the present time, right? So, and this has a lot of implications for your generation, because how you perceive the creative processes in the present time, it is all about perception. And time is perceived by all sense organs, internal and external, as a qualification of their objects. And this view predates Immanuel Kant's doctrine that time is the form of internal and external perception. But time, according to Indian philosophers, is never perceived as an independent entity. So we don't really disassociate time from so time is characterized by succession and hence is constantly changing. And in that sense, it's very transformative. And like the story of this king who turned for a minute, and when he turned back, time had changed, context had changed, people had changed, their views had changed. So time can be linear or closed time. It can have a beginning or not, an ending or not. Now let me just take you through some fascinating viewpoints from a mathematical perception, which is that there is no present time at all. This is one view in Indian philosophy. So let me take an example. When a fruit falls to the ground, it is detached from its stalk and comes gradually nearer and nearer to the ground. So there is a fruit which is detaching itself from the stalk and it's coming closer to the ground, traversing a certain space and gradually passing from one position to another. So from the position of the stalk to the ground. When the fruit has passed from from A to B, and from B to R, and so on until it comes to the ground. When the fruit is passed from A to B, the space between A and B is the space traversed, and the time related to that traversed space is that which has been passed through, which is the past. So it has already passed, it has left the stalk, it is coming to the ground, and hence it is in the past. And when the fruit will pass from B to R, the space from B and C is the space to be traversed, which is in the future, right? So now the fruit, which was in the past on the stalk, now has to pass through and come to the future. And apart from these two spaces, according to one set of Indian philosophy, there is no third space left intervening between them, which may be perceived as being give rise to the perceptum, so the present time does not exist. Now, according to this philosophy, and this is of course debatable, and I hope it generates some amount of discussion during the Congress, is that there is this time where the fruit is going to fall, or already has left its journey, and it is now heading towards its point where it is going to fall to the ground. Now, according to one Indian philosophical tradition, there is no present time. There is a past and there is a future, right? So, in between, there is nothing called the present. And hence, there is no actual perception of present time, right? Now, this has huge implications again for the kind of world we live in, especially when Professor Ishida talked about, the world of the media, right? So what is this time that we occupy in that case, right? So what is it that we're creating? And I hope Massimo will also shed some light on the aspects of time in the mediated world. So, but to deny the present time is also challenged in Indian philosophy. And some Vedantist philosophers like Prabhakara state that in the consciousness, I know this. Aham, idam, janami in French, in Sanskrit. There is simultaneity of three presentations. The presentation of the knower, which is I, okay. The presentation of the known object, which is I am, talking about something, right? And the presentation of the knowledge or the relation between the knower and the known. This is Prabhakara's doctrine of the triple consciousness. So this was challenging the idea of present time, right? Some philosophers hold that sometimes the present is perceived as extended or with a certain duration. For instance, when we perceive a continuous action, that is cooking, reading, right? Like in the MasterChef, which is very popular, I'm sure even across the world. It has, the sensible present is not momentary, it has a certain length of duration. It is not made up of a single moment, but composed of a number of moments. Thus, the Vedantist philosophers and some Nayayika philosophers hold that the sensible present has a duration, while the Buddhist philosophers hold that the sensible present is instantaneous or momentary. Certainly, the former view is psychologically correct. The Buddhists deny the specious present because it contradicts their fundamental doctrine of impermanence or momentariness. And closure, Let me take, we are well aware of the differentiation between linear and non-linear time, that is between the West and the Oriental notions of non-linear, which is also circular time, as differentiating constructs between Western and non-Western civilization. Let's take music, for instance. Western music is one of the primary representations of linearity in time perception. In its structural and aesthetic foundations, it is characterized by the parameters of unity and closure articulated by its tonal center. In East Asian cultures of classical music, as demonstrated by some very eminent scholars, time is conceptualized in the triadic integration of language, tone, imagery or poetry, music, and painting, as well as the representation of the cosmos in the musical sphere. The sound of the earth, the heaven, and the human being in Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, according to a prominent Chinese American composer, Chu Wenchung, have been the most fundamental force in shaping East Asian music, very similar to the music of spheres in medieval Western philosophy. Thus, the single tone music represents a different category of temporality, in that while one entire musical piece may consist of a series of single tone elements, each tone is a piece itself representing its own temporal space in a larger temporal environment, like a single Chinese character within a field of characters in the art of calligraphy. East Asian aesthetics centers on individualism and highly subjective representation. Time in Indian classical music. Time in Indian classical music is subjective and is based on the daily cycle of changes that occur in our own body and mind, which are constantly undergoing changes and stimulate different moods and emotions. The human body, according to ancient Indian science of Ayurveda, is governed by doshas, literally meaning fault, or so there are three types of faults in every human body. One is characterized by the life force of air, which is vata. Pitta is the inner radiance and healing energy of fire. And kapha, which is organized by water. So the ultimate energy reserve of, so these elements work in a cyclic order of rise and fall during the 24-hour period. Also, the reaction of these three elements differ from the seasons. Hence, it is said that while performing or listening to a rag at proper allocated time can affect the health of human beings. So 6 to 8 to 10 p.m. is the time of the water cycle in the body. 10 to 2 is that of the pitta cycle, which is of fire. And 2 to 6 is the vata cycle, which is the air. And then, of course, the second cycle begins. So let's take an example of the morning time, which is of the kapha. The corresponding classical compositions is called the Rag Bhairavi, which is supposed to be a morning raga, okay, in Indian classical music. Sacred hymns were composed in this raga. It is used till today in a lot of Bollywood musical compositions. And the word Om that I talked about, the Brahman, Omkar is considered the origin and end of the universe and is synonym for the Almighty. So I'll just play part of this, one aspect of this raga. How do I connect to the So these are some of the famous, there's no sound. Not connected to the computer. Right. So the idea is that it produces a rich devotional atmosphere, especially suitable for genres of bhajan and light classical forms of thumri, which is such a pity you can't hear this. The thumri has lyrics that remember times gone by. For instance, in one of the lyrics, the thumri talks about how the night before went in a deep sense of longing for her beloved, or that her beloved longed for her. The singer sings this in the morning and recreates the energies of the night before in a fresh memory of the day. So again, you see how time and space have transcended and the whole memory is replayed. The time has changed, the space has changed, the memory has changed, creating a whole new perspective. And time is thus a creation of the universe with the past, the present, and the future coexisting simultaneously. I will stop my presentation with just two lines. The Hindu holy book, the Rig Veda, has a much more realistic view of the matter of time. Who knows for certain? Who shall here declare it? Whence was it born? Whence came creation? The gods are later than this world's formation. Who then can know the origins of the world? None knows whence the creation arose, and whether he has or has not made it. He who surveys it from the lofty skies, only he knows, or perhaps he knows not. This is Broca's Brain, Reflection on the Romance of Science by Carl Sagan. I'll end my presentation here. I sincerely hope that you got a sense of time in Indian philosophy. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Professor Shimon, let's give her big hands one more time. Okay, from now on, discussion and Q&A time will last until 2:50, and Professor Song-Do Kim from Korea University will moderate our future discussion and Q&A. Thank you.
기조발제 그다음에 시나 한왈카 드리는 발표 잘 들었습니다. 여러분들 질문 있으면 질문. 네, 김동현 학생님. 예.
나오셔가지고. 젊은 한국분이 계시니까 한국말로 하셔도 됩니다. 한국말하고 또
Hello.
여기 지금 12개국 지금 외국에 있는 커넥션 되어 있습니다.
Really international transdisciplinary conference. Congratulations for to Mr. Kim Jung. First of all, I just one question to my sensei, Japanese sensei, my professor Ishida. I'm really interested in the topic in your talk, in your lecture. My English is not good at all, but I try to make my best. topic in your lecture, the return of symbol. Yes, highly interesting for me because I long been interested in this topic, in this symbol. Especially I for true honest person. Yes, briefly speaking, in a nutshell, the symbolic, how can we articulate the sphere of the symbolic with the algorithmic-led technology? It's my question. I think symbol involved a lot of many areas, especially phenomenology, hermeneutics, yes, all kind of Western modern philosophies. You mentioned your talk, design, especially phenomenology. Merleau-Pontian phenomenology involved the theme of body pulsation. I'm a little bit confused how to combine, how to find a common ground between this wonderful digital-driven technology era sphere and symbolic domain, symbolic sphere. Please, I can learn about from I speak. Yes, symbolic. Return of symbolic. How can we...
How to define the return of the symbol?
Yes, articulate the question of symbolic and algorithmic driven led technology.
Very vast question.
I am confused.
How I say, if I repeat my word about the context of my interrogation, how I say, algorithm. I utilize the question of algorithm in two different contexts. In my talk today, first, that is the question of how I say, there is a paradox of informatization, because informatization gives the return of the symbolic. Paradoxically. We tend to think that informatization, information processing, etc., technologization, etc., so sterilize the symbolic. But if you observe the constitution, formation of archive, the development of technology of recording, etc., you, how I say, you descend in the level of the perception, and you so enter in the return of the bodily element of signification. For example, for the archive of dance, you cannot render the movement and a fortiori the algorithm of dance. In my talk, I couldn't take time to develop this example. But if you can, robot can learn the movement of dance, but that is not limited to at this level, with the development application of programming of dance by robots, you can study the algorithm of dance with many people, and you can determine what is the order of dance. So you don't study only the gesture of the dancer, but you can examine the possibility of articulation of bodies. And so my colleague studied with a robot, which is the Levi-Straussian typology of dance in Taiwanese folkloric dance. So you can make a structural study of dance of the folk dance with robots. And now that is very interesting because in mass culture today, in industrialization of dance culture, you can apply this type of approach to invent new type of dance, to make, how I say, scenario of new dance, new mode of dancing. You can exploit this type of study to make Korean industry of dance, etc., etc. So the possibility of application of this type of study is very large.
Maybe a question for Sima. Is it open to both papers? Is it very fascinating, and it is clear that each culture has a implicit, many times, conception of time that also derives from these philosophical roots that are very deep. At the same time, my question is, how is this current and how is being transformed by modernity first, and especially digital modernity? So is this, let's say, conception of time still related to ancient speculations about time, a living presence in India, or is it something that it is more a representation than a presence? So it's something that Indians, believe they are more than they actually are. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Massimo. This is a this is philosopher A.K. Ramanujan, who was in Chicago. He was an anthropologist, and he said that the circularity of Indian time, conceptual, continues even today. So however digital we get, Indians are very ritualistic in nature. So, even if they buy a new car, or even if they buy a new computer, or they get into the digital world, blessing of the car, and then you use it. So these are, very interesting aspects of modern Indian society, which we are unable to give up. It is a continuum in that sense. And in Indian villages, even today, you might have a Google map, but you still depend on asking a question, where is this place? So map and wayfinding, for instance, are still not something that you depend on digital, So when you go somewhere, you ask the villager, where is this? And he will say, it is right here. And right here for him is 10 kilometers. So if you are a digital human being who is relying on Google Maps, which says it is 10 kilometers, but the guy says it's right here, So it is, you see, it's all about circularity, and so India is like a maze of confusions between what we call the ancient time and the present time, but it's still very much alive. Because we are ritualistic, we still carry forward our philosophies in every anthropological aspect of our life.
네. 하고는 질문하고 싶은 거예요? 네. 질문하세요. 누구한테?
Thank you both professors. I have a question for Professor Hidetaka Ishida. Thank you for your, the presentation. I guess with the presentation, what I understood, although I cannot understand all, so we talked about the renewal of semiotics and really, your hopes for future, shaping our culture with semiotic approaches. But in your last point, you talked about the circle and the Japanese, or Buddhist monks, and how this circle talks about this infinite dimension that we later on discovered or rediscovered by Jacques Lacan. So, do you believe that there is a limit to semiotic research due to mathematical, advancements, and how we should figure out how to study semiotics with our limited understanding in mathematics?
That is also a very big question. But first of all, I think the actual digitization is not only way of mathematizing information. There is no unique way of mathematizing the information. You can make another way to conceive the relation. Mathematics is a symbolic science, but it is one of the symbolic science. And digitization is one of the way of mathematizing processing. And the question of circle is very interesting because that is a question of zero. If you have 0 and 1, you are 1 bit difference. But you have the possibility that is Indian physics. I think that must be relation, have a relation with Indian logic. 0 and or 1, 0 and 1 also. So that is not one byte, but infinite. Between 0 and 1, there's an infinite possibility of make symbolization. So we don't renounce about this possibility. The symbolic is much more rich in possibility of semiotization, and you must not think that only way of symbolization is 0, 1 discrete linear treatment of symbols 0, 1, etc. all now everyone forget this fundamental fact. And the act of circle, like Zen monk, is the proof of this possibility.
아주 감동적인 제 개인적인 감동적인 두 편의 논문이었습니다. 그 학생들이 있기 때문에 뭐 제가 다 서문할 수 없는데 시간 관계상 하여튼 세미오틱 프리덤이라는 말 굉장히 인상적이었고요. 선생님도 말했지만 세미오틱은 기호학은 허무주의의 반대척점에 있다. 그 말을 가져갑니다. 마지막에 피날레 그 보레스의 그 아픈 목 보는 분한테 일본 기자도 참 약간 아둔한 것 같은데 인상을 물어볼 수 있겠는데 좀 너무나 그 우문현만이 한답일 것 같은데 나라의 그 사슴이 우는 그 소리 그건 뭐 정말 하나의 포에틱 시의 세계죠. 시의 세계인데 그런 것이 바로 그 상징의 세계가 아닌가, 교의 세계가 아닌가. 굉장히 영감을 줄 수 있을 것 같고요. 또 두 번째는 아까 지금 디스오리엔테이션을 말씀했는데 아주 굉장히 흥미로운 말이잖아요. 디스오리엔테이션. 근데 이게 영과 일의 세계가 되면서 동생의 부분이 이제 없어진 것 같지만 그건 지리적으로 이제 부분이 없어진 거고 이제 또 시간적으로도 디스오리엔테이션이 발생하지 않는가 그런 생각을 해봅니다. 그래서 많은 것들을 추진하는데 시간 관계상 지금 보다시피 이제 또 계속해서 이제 커넥션이 돼야 되기 때문에 듀얼 시스템인데 시간을 정확하게 지키기 위해서 사회자 교수님께 마이크 드리겠습니다.
Thank you, professors, and thank you, Professor Kim. Okay, now I'd like to introduce Professor Ding Hong Hai. He's Vietnamese National University of Hanoi, Vietnam. His lecture title is "The Mitra is a Buddha, Bodhisattva, or God of Wealth: A Semiotic Approach to Contemporary Vietnamese Culture." Professor, you have 20 minutes from now on, so I would like to introduce Professor Ding Hong Hai through Zoom.
Maybe you should wait a minute because we don't feel the genuine. We are trying to fix the problem in the room, so just instructions are like a minute because we didn't really hear the talk. We are trying to translate. It's not your problem, it's actually the classroom.
together at the same place. So that's very important to connect, and it's very easy to picture, right?
Right. Now they can hear you a little bit through my computer, but it's in the news.
Okay.
Professor, you can start.
Okay, please. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, right. Okay, I will start again. Okay, thank you for Alice. Thank you for Professor Ichigo, Professor Christian Bacon, Professor Massimo Leone, Professor Dogan Dunay, and all of my colleagues all over Asia. So my topics to mention on my chart, just the same way that's Professor Sema to mention on Hara in India. I take a symbol of Buddhism, that's my chart, to connect with something totally new in Vietnam. So if you look at my slide here, you can see the picture of my chart in ancient Indian culture, and in compared to a symbol in Vietnam now, my child got the well. It's totally different. So that is what we have to connect with the iconography to the new thing. It's like a rock form here. The representative of the Fat Buddha in China, just based on Semiotics study. So that's the reason why I mentioned on the new way to approach semiotics. Just I talked with you, all of you, last time. That's open semiotics. So can you see it? Can you see it? Running? Okay. So my topic is Mancha Buddha. Mancha is Buddha. Bodhisattva got the well. So there are three images, three symbols that appear in Asia, from India to China and Vietnam. And I approach to focus on Mancha by this way, based on the semiotic approach to contemporary Vietnamese culture. So at first, I would like to take some main topic, the main content of topics. I mentioned on the appearance of Mancha as a Bodhisattva or future Buddha Buddhism. That's the influence to the Asian culture, Asian art, and everything. That's the signifier and signified in semiotics. And the second, I want to focus on the Mancha on the diversity and the difficult to identify because of the Thai and Chinese art. And continue, I will focus on the Chinese Buddhism from the 10th century, what we call the monk Buddha, or the Latin Buddha in English. That's a conceived embodiment of Mancha. And thus I focus on, I continue with the thing I focus on. That's the first one, that's the expression of Mancha is Sinosphere and Indosphere. So it's something very different from the Sino, Chinese culture and Indian culture, or what we call Sinosphere and Indosphere. And the second one, I continue with the change of the Mancha symbol to the two incarnations of Mancha. The first one, that's the Mancha Buddha, and the second one, that's the Mancha Buddha. And from that, I
saw the difference between Mitra and quasi Mitra in contemporary Vietnamese culture. Based on the theory of syncretism, it's about the way to understand the new growth in Vietnam. So the people who are the golfer that we saw you in the first slide, that's the Mitra got them well in Vietnam. So it changed more than 2,000 years to Vietnam. So in my paper that I sent to Professor Kim Sung Do, that's I have 4 chapters. The first one, I explain about the origin of Mitra in Buddhism. And the second one, focus on Mitra symbol in the comparative. And the third one, I mentioned on the phenomenon of and finally, I give the historical change of Mitra symbol from more than 2,000 years ago in Indian culture and the Chinese culture and now Asian culture, and the change, the big change in Vietnamese culture. So if you know well the original of Mitra in Buddhism, just like that, you can see quite a lot of statues of Mitra, black and white picture in India and in many museums in India. The appearance of Mitra in Japan, in Japanese culture and Korean culture, it's the same way. What I call the Indo-fear or Indian culture style, like this. And that is the first time, and the first appearance of Mitra. And then it had something very special in compared to some other icons in Buddhism. That's Mitra have 2 faces. And the first face, that's the Mitra future Buddha. And the second one standing for the Mitra Bodhisattva. So because of Mitra Bodhisattva, at this moment, he's still in the Bodhisattva heaven. So that's the reason why it's appeared in a lot of representative icons. So that's the reason why the people can change a lot the appearance of Mitra. And I want to show you some picture in Mathura and Gandhara in Indian culture, ancient Indian culture. That is Sakyamuni, Abhiya, Buddha, and Bodhisattva Mitra. That's the first time it looks quite similar because of the icon of Buddha and Mitra. That's the first time it's quite similar because that's the first time Mitra just standing in the position of Sakyamuni. So that's the reason why in Mathura art you can see quite a lot of statues like this, but each change avatar. And here is some picture of the Indo-fear symbols of Mitra in the time and even today. So still, in Indo-fear, the Mitra symbols just appear by this way. This is the way Buddhist art. And it's appeared in Indian style. So, so if you look at the final picture here, it's not yet building, but that is the project of Buddha statue. That's one of the most biggest statue. So in India, it's around more than 150 feet high. So it means that even until today, the Indian style of Mitra still remain. Even the statues have a little bit change. But you can see it change in Chinese culture. So you along the Silk routes of Indian culture from India to China,
So you can see a lot of Buddhist sites in Bhutan, in Longmen, etc. But still remain in Indian style or Indo-Philippine Japanese mantra. Like this. This is in Longmen. And in China, in Zhejiang Museum, they did want to be a mantra symbol. So that's the reason why she built a lot of the colossal Buddha, a huge statue of the mantra, because mantra standing for the Buddhist symbol at that time. But still in Indian style, still in the appearance of mantra like Indian style. This is one of the most biggest statue of Buddhism. It's 72 meters high in Urumqi, China. And even in Yonghe Lama Pavilion in Beijing. So you can see it's 26 meters high of mantra in China, but still in Indian style. And so this is something I focus on the Indo-Philippine or Indian style mantra first, and then you get the big change and the great chilling and way the new appearance of mantra in China and from China from other country from the 10th century until now. How to define the Indo-Philippine and Indo-Philippine or Indian Chinese style of the mantra? So we have to take the correct semantic to understand. So here you can see I take a comparison between Indian style, Chinese style, and Vietnamese style. You can see clearly, very clearly here, this is the Indian style, Indian Buddha, and this is a Chinese style or Latin Buddha or mantra Futa Buddha, but in Chinese style or in Sino-Philippine. But in Vietnam, you can see this is quite similar to the Latin Buddha. Is the Fat Buddha in China, but the fact that not mantra anymore, it become a kind of God of wealth in Vietnam, because in his hand you can see the gold bar. So it means that one symbol from Buddhism from India go to China and then to Vietnam, it becomes the God of wealth. So that's something very special, standing for the appearance of the mantra. So mantra symbol in comparative semiotics can show us totally different from the style. Even sometimes we can make confusing between the Latin Buddha in China and God of Well in Vietnam. It's quite similar, but if you take the comparative semiotics, we could understand clearly. And what I call the way to change the ancient Indian style of mantra to Tibet, to Ladakh, to Nepal, Bhutan, etc., and along the Silk routes. Still, it's appear in the Indian style of mantra. And even in Buddhism, you can see certain icons of Buddhism, what they call Vajrayana, and it's appeared in China in the name of Vajrayana or Huowan Tianhuan in the Liyin Temple in Hangzhou. And at the same time, the statue of Buddha also appeared in the Liyin Temple in Hangzhou. So this process I can call that Sinicization process of the mantra and of the kind of Indian God of Well that I show you later, what we call Kubera from India to China, and at the same time it's appeared in temple. One side standing for the Kubera and the other side standing for mantra future Buddha.
Oh, that is something very special. If we have the idea of the comparative semiotics, we can see clearly the change. Okay, so I focus on the synthesization process, Kubana to Vaisravana, Visaman, or we can call it Visaman Tianwa. So it continues to become Kuwan Tianwa in Chinese culture, and of course it influences to Japanese culture and Vietnamese culture. And then to become the Pati Buddha or Fat Buddha in the temple in Hangzhou. So by now we can see many kinds of Fat Buddha like this in China, with something in his hand, not really what we call the change, but many kind of the iconic things in it. And even sometimes they wearing the crown in the hand like this, but in compared to Vietnamese culture and in compared to the change, French Buddha, you can see totally different. So that's the reason why I mentioned on the phenomenon of syncretizing in contemporary Vietnamese culture, because Maitra from India to China to become Fat Buddha, but still remain in the Buddhist culture. But in Vietnam, it go further from the Buddhist rank, Buddhist space to become a new god, what we call the god of wealth. So the god of wealth in Vietnam is very clearly with the gold bar in his hand, or sometimes it's a set of money in his hand. But recently, last few years in Vietnam, it's become a kind of offer like this, because Vietnamese think about the rich people who have money, who have gold in their hand, have a lot of money, and they become richer. So most of the rich men, they can play golf. So that's the reason why the Maitra to become Fat Buddha, and from Fat Buddha to become the golfer, like this way. So we could connect quite a lot of things together, from the theory to the syncretism and methodology to understand. And of course, it's come from the Donald Trump. So he can have quite a lot of people like him. So that's the reason why they take people, they take his style, and they take the action to become a new God of wealth in Vietnam.
Sorry, Professor, you have to, sorry, Professor.
From the first chapter to the first chapter, I conclude in the history change of my classroom in semiotic perspective. The first one, just to become the Buddha Buddha Maitra in early Buddhism. Absolutely, in the first slide, that's from the Buddha's attendant to become the future Buddha Maitra. And then he become the Buddhist savior in medieval time. Yeah, because in this paper I do not really to mention on the Buddhist savior in medieval time, because I also have another research on it. And the third one, he becomes the Lucky Buddha in China. And the first appearance of the Fat Buddha in China, that's in the Yin Temple in Hangzhou, 10 centuries ago. And finally, he becomes the Maitra God of God in Vietnam, with the gold in hand, money in hand, and even become the God form by this way. So the historical change of Maitra symbol in Asia, so very difficult to recognize, but based on perspective, we can see the change clearly by the icon and by the way the people to approach, by the culture in India, in China, in Korea, in Japan, and in Vietnam. So, the historical change of Maya symbol in Semiotic perspective should conclude from the Buddha's style, Buddha's in Indian first, and then become the future Buddha and Buddhist Sangha. That's the second class, and then become the Buddhist Sailor. That's the third class in medieval time, from the Indian culture, Indian Indo-Phil to China, to become the Sino-Phil. That's become the Buddhist Sailor, and then he becomes the middle form of Lami Buddha, China. And finally, in 21st century, he becomes the Maya well. So we put the class by class of the meaning and the appearance of Maya, we can see clearly by the comparative semiotic. So I have very short conclusion that I want to discuss with you at the end of my presentation to understand more and to learn more from you. Just Maya, Baccha, or Beautiful, or Laughing Buddha, Fat Buddha, or in Vietnamese, we call Buddha Zila, or in Japan, or in Korea, is real, just different names of Maya. Everywhere in, you can find everywhere in Asian culture. And the second one, Maya God of World, is a religious symbol that combines religious, secular, and opposite components of the typical social phenomenon new of the secularization. And finally, Maya God of World in contemporary Vietnamese religion consists of religion, culture, and economy. So I want to show you some picture here to know that Maya in India, when it appeared in Vietnam, is totally changed. And in my paper, I also
Professor, thank you so much for
Professor, sorry for interrupting. Professor, do you hear me? Do you hear me? But I'm very sorry because this is very special mood, in dual mode. So I received already 4 emails because now the speakers from other countries, they should be connected after this their conference. So you must be punctual, all speakers. That's a very special ritual for this conference. Thank you for your understanding. I really appreciate your job. This is really it's very special because for your Bangkok you should must be connected to a Paris lecture like this. That's a very special mode of a global connection. Anyway, I think I enjoy it very much. Sorry about that. It's just for every speaker for tomorrow and
Thank you so much, Professor Pai, and also sorry about the technical difficulty and everyone experienced. And now we're moving on to next speaker from Turkey, Murat Kaleoglu and Beril Kanakpinak and Dona Gunay. The title is a semiotic interpretation of social, cultural, and artistic reflection of the Suleimani Mosque. And Professor, you have 20 minutes to present.
So, could you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, wait a minute. I think there is some technical, and I'm trying to solve it. Sorry. Now is it okay? Okay. Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee to conduct such an interesting organization. And I and my partners, research team, in my research team, Professor Gunnar and Sharak, are very glad to be part of this fascinating conference. As you can see here, our title is Semiotics. Semiotic interpretation of sociocultural and artistic reflections of Süleymaniye Mosque here. And first of all, I would like to mention the importance and aim of our study here, and the significance of our studies based on the desire to contribute a better understanding of Ottoman culture, Ottoman cultural heritage, in fact, which is the sum of cultural values produced by our ancestors around the world in the science field that we operate. And this study aims to interpret the Süleymaniye Mosque as a magnificent architecture within semiotics. Accordingly, details applied during the construction of the Süleymaniye Mosque and the relationship of these details within the structure, space, culture, and religion will be questioned within certain binary positions. Then first of all, when we focus on shortly of course, when we focus on the cultural heritage and architecture of the Ottoman Empire has an important place in world history, an empire that lasted about 624 years, has many legacies left to history of humanity. Then this cultural heritage, in fact, includes palaces, madrasas, almshouses, caravansaries, baths, almshouses, fountains, bazaars, bridges, buildings, as you see here, and mosques. And when you look at this is in fact our main research object, the Süleymaniye Mosque. And we try to focus on the Süleymaniye Mosque here as one of the important architects in Ottoman culture. Then the research object for this study is the mosque among the mosques that I showed previously. Then the mosque has been a magnificent structure here on UNESCO's World Heritage List since 1985. Then in addition to the religious elements, it is possible to see Islamic art's most original feature in this architectural structure. Then Süleymaniye Mosque, one of the best monumental examples here of classical Ottoman architecture, was built between 1550 and 1557 by the great architect Sinan during the period when the Ottoman Empire in Ottoman tradition here, social complexes were built to provide beneficial charitable institutions to the society that met many needs of people in the places where they were constructed. The Süleymaniye complex is one of them here. Then, among the formative elements of the Süleymaniye complex, as a surrounding system, it's possible to see the mosque, fontaine, madrasas, providing education in different fields such as, let's say, medicine, religion, and social sciences, and Muslims, schools, then almshouses, hospitals, and hotels, and so on. Then, in fact, science gained meaning through the relationship they established within a particular system. Then, as a sign, each of these 15 constituent elements here of the Süleymaniye Mosque is in a close relationship with each other. Then, this relationship also reveals a semantic value. Accordingly, the city developed thanks to the complex, which includes structures that respond to different, let's say, material and spiritual needs. And new settlements, bazaars, and markets organizing social, economic, and cultural life were formed around the complex here. Then it signifies, in fact, the empire's importance to religion, culture, education, health, and economic life. Then this sign makes the relationship between the, let's say, formative elements of the complex even more meaningful. Because here, the material and spiritual values are associated within the facilities, let's say, provided in the space in question, which is reflected in the society as a value. Then, when we look at here, the formative elements of the mosque, there are two different square buildings. Then there are two different square buildings. One of them is the mosque, and the other one is courtyard here. Then with a shutter situated in a rectangular shape within the area of 4,000 square meters. Then, okay, then as you can see here, a porch surrounds the courtyard with almost 28 domes and 28 marble and granite columns. Then there's a large rectangular marble shutter one, as we see here, in the center of the square. And there are three gates, one in the front and the other on the sides, to enter the courtyard. Then, considering Satürn's words, for instance, when we remember it, language structure, we encounter this claim that language is not a substance but a form. Then, every meaningful system created with language originates from the given to the form to be given to it. Then, on the other hand, the substance is something outside, the linguistic phenomena that's also interested. Then, at this point, it's possible to relate the form substance opposition to our study object and analyze the mosque within the, let's say, the nature-cultural position as well. Then, the most important reason is that the features that distinguish nature and culture, that substance as the pure and unformed state of something can be associated, in fact, with nature, whereas form can be related to culture as the form given to substantial and natural phenomena by the acts of individual and societies per their mindset and purposes. So, everything that emerges within the integrity of, let's say, substance is natural, and the thing that humans inform is cultural. Then, as a result, form is culture, that we can say. Then accordingly, in the context of nature-culture form, or form-substance opposition, let's say, it is possible to interpret the mosque from different perspectives. Then, as you can see here in table 1, then the basic materials used in the construction of the mosque and the form and the meaning attributed to these materials can be taken as examples here. Then, in the substantive part of the table, I mean the green part here, the materials used in the mosque's construction are in an untransformed or natural state. However, in the formative part, the blue part, the stated natural materials are transformed into cultural ones here. Then, when we look at this table, in fact, we can see the transformation concretely in the table here. Then there are many factors affecting the transformation process in the table. And here, the process of, let's say, transformation of substance into form is closely related to the social, economic, political, and cultural structure of the period in question. And therefore, the fact that the materials brought from different places and countries in natural environments, that is, the substance acquires certain forms, is a critical sign that reveals both the characteristics of the period in many respects and the level of architectural development in the relevant society. This situation should also be evaluated from another perspective in the context of cultural transformation. Then it is the human factor, in fact, that enables this transformation. Then the transformation of the substance here, in the first table, into form, in the second table, the fact that this transformed structure has survived for centuries and taken a considerable place among the world's cultural heritage, reveals a human intelligence that cannot be ignored. It shows that architect Sinan, the cornerstone of the history of architecture, is one of the most admired architects with his mastery, engineering, fine art, and genius. In this frame, it is possible to see the reflection of Sinan's deep knowledge and experience in social, economic, political, cultural, and technical fields in the forms, functions, and meanings to give to the material structures, as in the example of Süleymaniye sphere. And the next is, then, in general, in fact, considering the mosque as a separate spaces in Ottoman culture, you can see that the architectural structure is viewed from the bottom-up direction. Then, here we encounter two different spaces here, vertical and horizontal. Then, therefore, it is necessary to evaluate the Süleymaniye mosque as a surrounding space within the horizontal and vertical opposition. Accordingly, then interpreting the horizontal axis in the previous figure within the descriptive meaning context, we encounter three main interior structures here, and such as namazgah, as you can see here, and mihrab and mimbar, which are architecturally essential elements of the mosque. Then, as to the function of these structures, which are decorated, in fact, with beautiful handicraft, motifs, calligraphy, and ornaments, namazgah refers to the place where people pray. Then, mihrab refers to the qibla and the area here, the formative elements of the vertical axis are the minarets, let's say, two located at the front and two at the back of the courtyard. And the minarets height at the front is 56 meters, and the back is 76 meters here. And the front minarets have two balconies, and the back minarets have three balconies each. And for a total of 10 balconies of various heights. Then, one of the critical functions of these minarets and balconies is that the imams call the azan in the balcony at prior times and invite people for prayer. Then, as for the domes of the mosque, the central dome, which is the largest, in fact, and the highest among the 1,000 domes, is essential. Then the central dome here is 53 meters high from the ground and 27 meters wide. Then the inner side of the dome is full of magnificent ornaments, and there are 32 windows around. Then,
Professor, I'm sorry, you have 2 more minutes.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Then I need to skip maybe this part. Let's look at here the semiotics square and because according to the constituent elements of the previous figures 1 and 2 can say on the horizontal and vertical axis, namely the dome, minaret, let's say balcony, namazgah, mihrab and mimbar, provide the functionality of the architecture, let's say, of the Suleymaniye mosque. And this functionality of the relevant space should be seen as a sacred space where the practices take place. Then, in this context, it's possible to interpret the phenomena of religious space and religious practices differently in terms of symbolic meaning within the opposition of vertical and horizontal space. And according to the semiotics square here, it can be said that the structures built on the horizontal and vertical axis, let's say, of the Suleymaniye mosque in Ottoman architecture are complementary to each other. According to the fact that the space on the horizontal axis makes the most meaningful as an architectural structure depends on the presence of the space on the vertical axis, because the meaning of the constituent elements of the horizontal space in the religious system is closely related to the elements existence in the vertical space here. Then the importance of this relationship is also seen during the religious practices. For instance, the public is invited from the space on the vertical axis to religious practice in the horizontal space. Then this invitation must first be made in the vertical space so that people can gather in the horizontal space and the religious practice here can occur. It means that the minaret and balcony on the vertical axis signs in the Suleymaniye mosque system are in a close semantic relationship with the space where the invitation occurs. Then, in conclusion, so far Suleymaniye mosque has been briefly analyzed within the surrounded form, substance, nature, culture, and horizontal, vertical, binary oppositions, in fact, to reveal the various dimensions of the, let's say, artwork's meaning. And thank you very much for listening.
Professor Khalil, thank you so much. And now moving on to the last lecture of the day, of the session 1, it's by the Professor Massimo Leone of University of Toronto, Italy. The title is From Spiritual Incarnation of Digital Disembodiment, the Avatar Face.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me well here and also at home through this connection. First of all, let me thank deeply Professor Sundho Kim for the incredible effort of setting up not only this wonderful symposium with so many distinguished guests, but also for being the main energy behind the foundation of this International Association for Asian Semiotics. So I shouldn't probably manifest my thoughts and opinions about what should be done in this association, because I'm not from Asia, although I have a very strong connection with some Asian universities, in particular Shanghai University in China. But nevertheless, as a friendly suggestion, I would say that semiotics always deconstructs discourses, deconstructs and reconstructs discourses. And as a consequence, we cannot take geography for granted. Geography as well is a discourse to be analyzed and deconstructed. Where are the frontiers of Asia? Where are the frontiers of Europe? Where is it that European culture starts to become Asian culture and vice versa? So on the one hand, we have to problematize geography, and on the other hand, we have also to start from the fact that there are visible differences in cultures, in aesthetics, in the arts, in ways of living, and so on and so forth. Every time I have the pleasure to come to Asia, and this is my second time in Korea after exactly 10 years, so the first time was 10 years ago, and this is the second time, I realize so many differences. So the hope is that we can use semiotics to build a new meta-language to talk about these differences and these commonalities. Semiotics is not already such a meta-language, because semiotics is deeply ingrained, deeply rooted in several cultures, but mostly in the French culture, the US culture, European languages. So little by little, and also with the incredible expansion of Asian semiotics, we might build a common meta-language that we could use to analyze our differences. So my main object of investigation in the last years has been the face. And together with my team, we have realized immediately that the face is not the face everywhere. If you go around the streets of Seoul, for instance, you see people masked everywhere, although there is no obligation to be masked outdoor. If you go through the streets of Rome today, there is no obligation to be masked outside, but nobody wears a mask. So it means that the relation between the mask and the face is different in these two countries. And it shows many things, that maybe it is a sign of something much deeper. So let me show you some examples. This is a very mysterious image for not only someone coming from Asia, but also for someone coming from Europe. It looks like a monstrous face with 4 eyes, 3 mouths, 3 heads. It is actually an iconography that was very popular in the 16th century. It was one way to represent the fact that Jesus was at the same time a deity and a human being. And it was part of a trinity composed of God Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. how would you represent that in an image? Well, through this paradoxical image in which you have three faces merging together. But this is just an example of the fact that in Christianity, it has always been very important to represent the deity as a persona, and in particular to represent his face. You know, in Turin, the place where I live, there is a relic called the Holy Shroud, which is the object of a deep veneration, exactly because people believe that this is not only a symbol of Jesus, it is not only an icon of Jesus, it is actually an index of Jesus. So this shroud was in contact with the face of Jesus. There are no representations of faces concerning Asian deities, and of course there are. You know, this is a representation of Raijin in a beautiful temple of Kyoto. This deity is represented through a very expressive face. Nevertheless, this deity is also conceived in, let's say, the system of religious ideas in which this deity is present as a deity without an image, as a presence that doesn't necessarily manifest itself through an image. So our challenge is to try to understand how these very ancient cultures of representing through images what is not visible have an impact also today. Well, you're probably familiar with this video. Okay, I guess many of you had seen this video before. It's a video of a performance realized with augmented reality, so people in the stadium with their cell phones in an app could actually see through the screen of the cell phone this enormous dragon manifest itself in the stadium with a very realistic impact. It is Korean technology. And Korea is a place where many of these experiments have been realized in the last years. You know, of course, because there is a major protagonist in the creation of digital images in the world, which is Samsung, but it's not only for that. It is perhaps because in Asia there is a particular relation with images. You see, the fact that in Christianity and in the West, God, Jesus, was represented through an image, had as an effect, as a consequence, the fact that the culture influenced by Christianity became very suspicious towards spectacular images, towards images representing what is not visible, what is not present. There was a lot of attention toward the creation of images, especially images of, let's say, the imagination, the fiction, because people should not, let's say, be confused in the difference between, let's say, the reality of Jesus and the fiction of Jesus. You know, Jesus was someone who was present in history. You know, this was an important message. But now, what is happening with technology is that digital technology is used more and more to represent Jesus itself. This is one of the first representations of the face and the head of Jesus through computer graphics. This is an old representation from the early 2000 years. But this is a representation of the face of Jesus produced with GANs, with generative adversarial networks, which are actually the last word in terms of artificial intelligence for the production of images. So what happens here is that these images are produced by technology, are offered to, let's say, the global world as images that are produced by machines, but nevertheless, semiotics is very important in analyzing these images, because behind these images there are again huge preconceptions, huge ideological stances and points of view about how images work in the world. Let me give you another example. This is a very famous painting by Caravaggio, which is now in Messina, in Sicily. It's the Raising of Lazarus. It represents a very famous episode in the history of Jesus, as it is recounted, it is related by the Gospel of John. It is something that today in the secular world we would consider as impossible. The resurrection of someone who was dead. The resurrection not in spirit but in flesh. And you see how Caravaggio used all his mastery in order to give a presence to this body of Lazarus, to convey the idea that the flesh of the body of Lazarus was animated, reanimated again through the intervention of Jesus. Now, another example, very, very famous example from Korea. And again, this is very moving, actually. The first time that I saw this video some years ago, I was incredibly touched. But you know, like many of you probably know what it is about. It is about an avatar of a little girl who has been created through artificial intelligence, and it has been put in contact with the real mother who had lost such daughter in an experiment of virtual reality. So you see, this is what semiotics is about. This is what, let's say, transcultural or comparative cultural semiotics is about. Because here you see something that we all human beings have in common. You know, the grief and the pain in front of the loss of someone we love. The fact that we would like this person to be back, you know, just for a second, to exchange words, to touch this person, to communicate again. Unfortunately, we all human beings go through this grief and this pain. But at the same time, there are different ways in traditional cultures to react to such loss. And images are an essential instrument to react to that loss, the loss of death. Images are, in many cultures, a way to give a presence to what is absent. But technology also has an impact in that. You know, resurrecting the body of Lazarus through painting is not exactly as resurrecting the body of this little girl through artificial intelligence and augmented reality. Technology is creating new simulations, new semiotic environments, and in these new simulations and these new semiotic environments, something very important is present as well. It is the particular culture not only of the dead, but also of images. The people who created this experiment are, I believe, Korean, and they thought, well, maybe that could be comforting for the matter. Of course, this is a hypothesis, but is deeply, again, rooted in the way a culture deals with images, with death, with technology. All these are arguments and themes that, of course, give rise to these experiments run by brilliant engineers. But we, the humanists, the philosophers, the semioticians, should really reflect about this and reflect about the new possibilities given to human imagination, but also the new risks of human imagination. So I don't want to leave you with a sad example. Let me leave you with a sad comic example. This is Mr. Carlson, who is the best chess player in the world. He's considered probably one of the best chess players in the history of chess. And in the last months, he has left 2 chess games with the same opponent without saying anything. He just left. And why did he leave? Because he thought that the opponent, the other player, was cheating. So how is it possible to cheat at chess? You know, chess is considered as the supreme game, the purest game, in which, you know, you show your intelligence and nothing else. It is not poker, you know, it's chess. The fact is that now artificial intelligence is much better than human beings at playing at chess. You know, the number one in the world of chess, Mr. Carlson, would have no chances of winning against artificial intelligence, even playing millions of games. So what happens is that now there is the problem that there are chess players who go to play chess, but actually they're not themselves playing. They are the new avatars, human avatars of artificial intelligence. So there is someone outside that uses artificial intelligence and tells the player inside how to move the pieces. So you see, the avatar, which is, as Asima knows, a Sanskrit word that means descent. It has been translated as incarnation as well. So we were very worried about our incarnation of human beings into digital artifacts, but now we should be worried about the opposite. So the incarnation of artificial intelligence into human beings that seem human beings, that act like human beings, but are actually guided by artificial intelligence. And with this little worry, I really thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Leone. Let's give him a big hand one more time. Now we're moving on to discussion and Q&A. So Professor Young-Chul Kim from Korea University and Professor Yoon-hee Lee from Hankuk University Foreign Studies will come and lead the discussion and Q&A time. And you have 20 minutes.
네, 소개받은 김용철입니다. 네, 저는 원래 전공이 미술사입니다. 동아시아 미술사, 시각문화, 전쟁 비주얼 같은 분야에 대해서 논문을 써왔는데 오늘 기호학 심포지움, 국제 심포지움에 참여하게 되었습니다. 김성도 회장님을 비롯한 주최 측 여러분께 감사드립니다. 사실 오늘 제가 세 분의 발표를 듣긴 했는데 한국어로 코멘트를 하겠고, 실제로 코멘트를 준비해온 경우는 김홍화 선생님 발표문을 읽고서 준비한 내용이 중심입니다. 두 번째 문화 교수님 발표는 PPT만 받고 좀 건강 상태가 좋지 않기 때문에 제가 코멘트할 정도는 아니라는 말씀을 미리 드립니다. 준비해온 질의문을 읽어가면서 딘홍하이 스님께 말씀드리려고 하는데, 그런데 어떤가요? 제가 한국어로 얘기하면 딘 스님께 전달이 되나요? 나중에 짧게. 받으셨는지. 딘홍하이 교수님 발표를 통해서 미륵의 도상이 베트남 불교 역사 속에서 가져온 의미, 그리고 도이모이 베트남의 개방 이야기입니다. 개방 이후에 베트남 자본주의 성장 속에서 나타난 혼교주의, 그리고 세속화 현상에 대해서 잘 알게 됐습니다. 사실 기호학에도 관심은 많이 있지만 저는 미술사 전공이고 기호학하고는 좀 거리가 있는, 사실 잘 모르는 그런 입장이기도 합니다. 미술사 전공으로서도 대단히 흥미로운 내용이었습니다. 발표문에서는 불교 경전에 등장하는 미륵보살, 미륵불, 아까 슬라이드에서 보셨지만 원래 이제 미륵은 보살이 있고 부처가 있습니다. 보살은 아직 해탈을 이루지 못한, 그러니까 석가모니 부처, 우리가 부처라고 얘기하는 존재 그 다음 등급입니다. 그래서 부처와 인간 사이에 있는 것이 보살인데, 미륵의 경우는 이중의 정체성을 갖고 있습니다. 보살이기도 하고 장래에는, 미래에는 이제 부처로 이 땅에 오게 돼 있다라고 하는 것인데, 지금 현재의 보살의 형태로 도솔천에서 기다리고 있다는 것입니다. 그래서 56억 7천만 년 뒤에 이제 부처가 되어서 이 땅의 중생들을 구원하기 위해서 올 것이다 라고 하는 것이 불교 경전의 내용입니다. 그래서 그 내용들에 대해서 말씀해 주셨고, 10세기 중국의 영향을 받으면서 아까 그 슬라이드를 보셨던 포대 화상이라고 하는, 배가 많이 나오고 머리가 벗겨진, 그러면서 웃고 있는, 자, 그런 승려의 모습과 미륵불이 이제 오버랩되는 시기가 있었습니다. 원래 이제 포대 화상은 당나라 시대 말기에 9세기 말 10세기 초까지 살 그런 승려였는데, 그 승려가 이제 미륵 보살의 현신이다, 인카네이션이다 라고 하는 소문이 있었고, 여튼 그 시기부터 베트남의 이 미륵 보살, 마이차라고 하는 이 불교 존상의 형태가 완전히 바뀐 것입니다. 그래서 그 내용을 아까 말씀해 주셨고, 그리고 이제 그때부터 이 미륵 곧 포대 화상은 이 제복의 신으로 God of Wealth라고 하는 존재로 바뀌어서 신앙의 대상이 되었다고 하는 것입니다. 자, 그랬던 이 미륵 불이, 미륵 부처, 미륵 보살, 정확히는 사실 미륵 보살이라고 말해야 되는데, 자, 그 미륵이 이제 현대에 와서는 도이모이 이후에 뭐 새로운 마누멘트, 아까 골프 치는 모습도 나왔고, 그리고 이제 장식물로서 이게 가벼운 공예품으로 제작되고 사용되는 그 사례들을 다뤄주셨습니다. 사실 저는 이제 베트남 불교와 관련해서는 베트남 전쟁 당시에 분신하는 그 불교 승려의 충격적인 사진을 기억하고 있습니다. 그래서 외의 내용도 있었지만 소위 고등 종교의 세속화는 어느 문명권에서든 일어났던 일이고 새롭거나 낯선 현상은 아닙니다. 특히 현대 베트남에서 개방 이후에 급속한 세속화 현상은 새롭게 자본주의 체제에 적응하고 개인들의 욕망과 경쟁 상황을 고려하면 충분히 설명될 수 있을 것으로 봅니다. 발표문에 배어 있는 그 딘홍하이 선생님의 그 안타까운 심정도 충분히 이해가 가지만, 한편으로는 연구자로서 건강한 사회적 참여를 기대하면서 두 가지 정도 질문하려고 합니다. 첫 번째는 전근대 베트남에서 미륵의 화신으로 인식되고 지금은 제복의 신으로 언급하신 포대 화상에 관한 것입니다. 부다의 몽크에 관한 것인데, 이 10세기 중국의 승려로 알려져 있는 포대 화상이 미륵의 화신으로 인식된 데는 인도의 제복신, 아까 그 슬라이드에서 보시겠지만 이미 인도의 그 쿠베라라고 하는 제복신에 개입이 있었다, 매개가 있었다라고 하는 것이 이제 이 딘홍하이 선생님의 주장이신데, 사실 한국인한테는 이 포대 화상이 미륵의 화신이라고 하는 그 사실 자체는 대단히 낯선 내용이기도 합니다. 조선시대 그림이 한두 개 남아있는 정도입니다. 그래서 그렇게 낯선 포대 화상이 사실은 중국이나 일본에서는 그리고 뭐 홍콩이나 대만 포함해서 여타 동아시아 지역에서는 제복의 신으로 제물의 신으로 숭앙받고 있고, 특히 일본의 경우는 이제 칠복신, 복을 불러다 주는 7신 중에 한 명입니다. 그 7신 중에는 불교에서 온 신도 있고 도교에서 온 신도 있고 또 신도에서 온 신도 막 뒤섞여 있는 그런 상황인데, 자 그렇게 하나로 포함되고 중국에서 마찬가지로 베트남에서도 제물의 신으로 신앙이 된 것은 매우 흥미로운 현상이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 그래서 제가 질문 드리고 싶은 내용은 1975년 베트남 통일 이후 혹은 개방 이후 베트남 정책과도 관련이 있는 내용입니다. 그것보다 그 현상의 원인에 관련된 것인데, 그 현상이 통일 전 남베트남이나 전 근대 베트남 불교에서 부활한 것인지, 아니면 근대 혹은 개방 이후 홍콩이나 대만, 일본 혹은 중국으로부터 영향에 의한 것인지, 그 현상이 왜 나타난, 특히 이제 그 스태츄, 그 포대화상의 조각상이 어디에서 기원한 것인지라고 하는 점을 좀 구체적으로 밝혀주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 두 번째 질문은 이론 그리고 방법론에 관한 것입니다. 발표문에서는 듀르갱이나 막스 베버의 방법론에 대한 언급과 함께 합리적, 레이셔널 혹은 레이셔널리스트 같은 표현이 자주 등장합니다. 그래서 유로 아메리카의 시각 혹은 방법론은 레이셔널한 것이고, 아니면 뭐 그들은 레이셔널리스트고, 여타의 지역은 그게 아닌 것 같은 뉘앙스를 풍기고 있는데, 잘 알려져 있듯이 아시아의 종교 현상에 유로 아메리카의 방법론을 적용하는 것은 지금까지 많은 성과를 냈고 또 많은 유용성을 갖고 있지만 분명히 한계도 있습니다. 그리고 인류의 종교 현상에 대해서 이성의 작용이나 3차원적 세계가 전제된 소위 합리적인 시각 역시 분명한 한계를 가집니다. 그래서 중장기적으로는 베트남의 종교 현상에 대해서도 유로 아메리카의 이론과 함께 베트남에서 축적된 경험과 사례들을 통해서 새로운 방법론을 개발하기를 바랍니다. 그래서 그 가능성에 대해서 어떻게 보고 계신지 의견을 밝혀주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 두 번째 발표하신 그 무랏 교수님의 슐레이만 모스크에 대한 내용은 사실 저도 가본 적이 없고, 또 이제 이 기호학 학술대회에서 다루는 사실 자체가 대단히 흥미로운 그런 경우였습니다. 그래서 아까 발표에서 보셨듯이 대단히 이제 복합적인 구조 속에서 그 기호학적인 의미, 기호가 숨겨져 있다. 그런 내용들 중심을 이루고 있었는데, 그래서 뭐 substance와 form의 그런 대비라든지 뭐 자연과 nature와 culture의 대비 같은 내용들을 말씀해 주셨습니다. 그런데 그 발표하신 내용에서는 이 슐레이만 모스크가 16세기에 지어진 것처럼 말씀하셨는데, 아시겠지만 이 슐레이만 모스크는 특히 한국 같은 경우는 하기야 소피아 성당으로 알려져 있고 6세기 비잔틴 제국 시절에 처음 지어졌던 것이 이제 리모델링을 거쳐서 지금에 이르고 있습니다. 그래서 처음 건축 당시에 지어졌던 구조 혹은 설계와의 관련은 어떻게 되는 것인지, 또 이제 미마르 시난이 숨겼다는 그 코드가 처음부터 100% 미마르의 것인지, 아니면 공간 배치 정도, 플랜 정도는 아마 그 비잔틴 제국 시대에 시작돼서 그때 뭐 물리학자들이, 수학자들이, 그 건축가들이 참여하지 않았던 사실도 대단히 흥미로운 사실로 남아 있습니다. 그래서 그러한 사실들을 고려해 보면 비잔틴 제국 당시의 이 소피아 성당의 구조 내지는 그때의 자연관 혹은 이 형태에 관련된 관념들을 반영하는 측면들이 분명히 남아 있을 것인데 그 부분에 대해서 설명하지 않았는지 질문드립니다. 설명해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 제가 맡은 코멘트는 이 정도만 하겠습니다.
I'd like to give comments for Professor Massimo Leone's presentation. So I'm going to read my notes. When I received your presentation material with the title, including some face images, this instantly reminded me of book title, Till We Have Faces by C.S. Lewis. And I thought what it would mean to have faces or not to have faces. The topic on face raises many important issues in terms of the form of relation in semiotic process of representation of face. And examples are face of individual in singularity and a type in generality. It's involved with the nature and cultural aspect of face. And the social-cultural and biological aspect of face, and more importantly, the relation of face and mask regarding the matter of identity and the function of self in digitally produced faces. Particularly, I think that digitally created faces will raise the issue of virtual world, of living in another body with another face, as in the form of virtual self by means of a computation through artificial intelligence. In some sense, virtual reality is connected with the story world, in which the reader is inactive as if being somebody else through diagrammatic imagination. Yet, the reader is still connected with the reality in body, through which the self lies continuity between body and mind. In terms of continuity, Peirce also mentioned the composite photography as a scientific image of face, so as to explain the concept of generality in visual perception, which is derived from individual visual perception. As for my interest in the relation of abstract concept of object face and the self, I'd like to give you ask you some questions on digital, specifically digital disembodiment. My understanding is that virtual self with digitally creative faces is disembodied. Then, is the virtual self is in discontinuity easily manipulated by way of computation or algorithm, so to speak? If so, are we talking about face as a virtual self as a non-human or non-person without any intentional desire? That is the face without body in the virtual world. In that case, what is the relation between digitally created face as a virtual self and the individual self here and now in actuality? In other words, how can we interpret the matter of disembodiment when putting on the digitally created mask in the virtual world? Suppose that we do not have identifiable faces because we have many faces according to our persona in life. Every day we put on mask for us and for others, playing the role of other and the future self so as to know who we are. In this sense, what is the implication or meaning of the concept of digital embodiment, and then what it would mean have our faces or not to have our faces? That's my comment and some questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I open the mic here so they can hear me also at home. Well, our face is a possibility, a range of possibilities, but it's also a range of limits. We cannot change our face as we want for many reasons. First of all, because we don't see it. We don't see our own face. Our face is invisible to ourselves. We can see it through, like, the mirror. We can see it through representations. We can see it through the face of the others, how it reflects our emotions. But in the moment I'm speaking to you, my face is invisible to me. So this is a biological limit. My face is invisible to me, and despite everything, despite the progress of plastic surgery, for instance, there are still some physical limits concerning how I can modify my face. This disappears completely in the digital world. There are no limits. I can choose my own face. I can create a digital twin and see my own face in the virtual world. I can go in the virtual world with 1,000 faces. So this very important interface of, I would say, singularity, personality, identity in many cultures, because of these biological limits, it changes completely its limits, its meaning in a digital world. So we are in a transitional phase. Now when we come across a digital image of a face, we still believe that that function like a biological face. But that is not the case. You know, if you go through a dating application, you know, a very popular one is Tinder in the West. It is populated by thousands and thousands of faces created by artificial intelligence that do not belong to anyone. But people still fall in love with those faces because they believe they have a presence, because our habits are older than our technology. So that creates the friction between, let's say, what we think implicitly about our physical face and what we do with our digital faces. That's to give a short, very short answer to your very insightful comments that would require a much longer answer.
Can I translate 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
So let me translate the text written by Professor Gihoag의 for Professor Dean. That unfortunately you don't have enough time to reply because we start the next session. And basically the question, there are two questions regarding the Vietnam Buddhism. The questioner remembers a shocking photo of a Buddhist monk who self-immolated during the Vietnam War. So although there are some unexpected contests, the so-called secularization of higher religions is not a new or unfamiliar phenomenon in any civilization. In particular, in modern Vietnam, the rapid secularization after opening up can be explained sufficiently by adapting to the capitalist system and considering individual desires and competition conditions. I can fully understand Professor Ding Hong Ai's pity that is ingrained in the presentation. But on the other hand, as a researcher, I'd like to ask a couple of questions in anticipation of a healthy social participation. The first relates to the painting of a baguette, which you recognized as the incarnation of Maitreya, pre-modern Vietnam, and now referred to as the god of wealth. In the 10th century, 토대 화상 referring to the it concerns the cause of the phenomenon. I wonder if this phenomenon was revived in South Vietnam before reunification of pre-modern Vietnamese Buddhism, or whether it was influenced by Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, or China after modernity or opening up. Please reply. The second question concerns the methodology. In the presentations, in the expression nationalist appears frequently along the with reference to Durkheim's and Weber's methodologies, as is well on the application of the Euro-American methodology. Action religious phenomena has limitations, despite its many usefulness and the so-called rational perspective, which assumes this action of reason or three-dimensional world has clear limitations for on human religious phenomena have the mid or long time. I will stop here as the third questions, but I think we can, for the second presentations, Professor Gihoag의 just evoked the name of the change of name of the Suleiman Mosque and was a relationship between the Byzantine trace and the Islamic architecture and so on. In my part, I'm curious about the one of the difference in relation to the East Asian architecture, as you showed, the verticality, because this notion of verticality is not is very Western metaphysics. I mean, for me, there's two kinds of architecture: is anti-gravity represented by the pyramid. That kind of anti-gravity or Gothic architecture, or even your mosque, the higher. This is metaphysics of verticality. It's a very singular for East Asian peoples, because we never try to raise the buildings and so on. So I'm curious about this kind of metaphysics of verticality, how to interpret in semiotics. That's it. But please understand the situation, because we should start the next speaker, and we can change. We can change by email or tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, maybe in the pre-session. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, professors, and everyone who are in here. We're going to have a little recess. Actually, it's scheduled for 20 minutes, but due to the technical difficulty, we are about 8-9 minutes late. So we're having 11 minutes of the recess, and we're coming back and starting at the second 5 more minutes, 15 more minutes. Sorry, we're having 15 minutes of recess, so please have your time, and then come at the 4:35. Okay, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
What we call God of Well. So the similarity from the God of Well in Vietnam and Kubiran in Indian culture just similar. So that's two pictures of my child, the form of my child, but the God of Well in Vietnam. The thing. The God of Well in Vietnam. And the second question from the iconography to my time in India, in Delhi, where there was lunch in India. And I found the symbols of my time in India, and that is equal to the China. But after that, during the time that Maya symbol equal to Chinese culture, it's changed to open cyber and then Fed asset. So I cannot get this anthropology, but it's a very beautiful to become the God of Well. And like this, so it's very difficult to get the anthropology. So finally, I take a kind of imperative that I can call the opportunity by this way to compare the my child future Buddha in Chinese time with Vietnam, totally new God. Vietnam is based on the similitude of Vietnamese to think about it. Okay. Noisy. I have to finish my answer here. Yeah, so in my opinion, in the near future, we continue to work with and more on my paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
See my presentation?
Okay. 잘 쉬었어요?
Hello.
Okay.
Do you see my presentation on the screen?
We will be going into the second main section. Yes. My name is Kim Dong-yoon. It's a great honor for me to take part in this wonderful academic event as a moderator in the second main section. To spare our time, let's start with Professor Christian van Gogh. Excuse me to change the timetable, okay? Mr. Professor Christian van Gogh, professor at New Bulgarian University. Also, he's now Seoul for International Association of Semiotic Studies as a Secretary General. Okay, let's start. Mr. Van Gogh, Professor Van Gogh.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here.
You have 20 minutes. Okay.
No, fortunately, I have only 10 minutes and 5 minutes for discussion because, as I said to Professor Sung-Duk Kim before, and for 16:55 Korean time, I have to leave because I have a previous commitment which I cannot miss. So I will leave 5 minutes for discussion. And what is this presentation all about? In recent years, I'm dedicating most of my research interests in the advent of the digital culture. The advent of digital culture means how internet, new technologies, mobile devices has changed the way we interact socially. So one of the most intriguing, let's say, interventions or impacts of digital culture, this is how the language of cinema has changed, or rather the language of mainstream cinema has changed. And one of my findings are that digital culture is a commercial culture, that in a very logically justified way, as soon as our socio-cultural activities went online, the system, the capitalist, the logic of our society, which is a capitalistic logic, at least these areas of the world which I'm interested in, they impose a kind of commercialization of every aspect of our life. So also in cinema industry, there is this, let's say, mainstream cinema, there is this phenomena of the franchises. Now, why all this is shared in conference about Asian culture? Actually, I think this is part of the popular culture, is part of Asian culture, and hopefully semiotic interest on these issues will rise, and this is one of the aspects which are globalizing culture and goes against the cultural diversity. However, we needed to study this kind of phenomena, and that's why I'm here to try to give briefly a semiotic explanation how this new language of cinema works, or rather how this new commercial system of entertainment creates kind of possible worlds which are afterwards explored by these companies which have franchises. Now I'm trying to, okay, this is, now the Star Wars, I choose this saga because this is the most commercial product created in cinema, but the same principles are now working also for other sagas from other possible worlds, from other licensed heroes, superhero movies. Now, Star Wars started in '77, and the first 3 episodes were done with mechanical special effects. And afterwards, it was a huge effort because the vision of the creator of these movies was very, how to say, far-reaching, George Lucas. So immediately after these 3 episodes were done, and their huge success brought this particular creator, George Lucas, to found the industry slice of lights and magic, which since then is dominating the digital special effects. So after this mechanical era in special effects came the digital, only 1 decade later. And with this digital special effects, but also before that with the mechanical one, the whole effort was to create an illusion for our sensory motor apparatus. And the cooperation between audio and written in films has changed because special effects are particularly focused on creating illusion of to somehow cheat our senses, cheat our, let's say, the sensory motor level of perception rather than our let's say, superior interpretive skills. If we consider cinema before digital effects, actually it was more like literature or more like other forms of narrative. The narrative aspect was the main thing. And now we can argue whether the special effects were always there, but yet the classical cinema is very narrative. Whereas with the special effect, this narrative changed towards experience. This is from interpretation to sensory motor illusion, which is the experience. Now the main point of this presentation, because I have to make the long story short, is that with conventional narrative and with these special effects enriching it, usually the possible worlds and the characters are created. They're created with fixed texts anyway, with the means of this pre-digital and now digital narrative. So you can create very rich possible worlds, and authors are creating very rich possible worlds, but then interactivity comes in the moment when these rich possible worlds are explored. So interactivity already comes to change the experience from interpretation into sensory motor experience. Again, with these special effects, very amazing, impactful, striking characters can be created. And then comes the second phase of the commercialization. This is the new thing. This is digital culture, because we don't stop with the movie. The authors never stop. As soon as a character, a possible world, creation of imagination reached certain success and creates fandom, immediately follows an interactive exploration of this. And this interactive exploration, I call it interactive exploration of chronotope, because now we have so many episodes related to Star Wars universe, and I want to pay attention just to two relatively new ways how in interactive way we can explore the world from inside. So for instance, this is a Galactic Star Cruiser, an immersive adventure. It is a kind of studio, it is a kind of park, like Disneyland, but made for exploring in person, going there, staying there in flesh and blood, and living like the characters of Star Wars. This is an interactive experience. As you can see, you get into this ship, and then you the hero of your own Star Wars history. So just one example. What does it mean? Interactive exploration of chronotopes. This is the mechanism, according to my analysis, the mainstream mechanism of commercialization of mainstream Hollywood narratives. You see all these experiences, huge fandom of Star Wars now, and it is a very expensive thing. It's about $5,000 for one person to go there only for 2 days, but try to think what strong immersive experience provides this way to live as the characters live, and to be there and to navigate the ship. Then there is augmented reality, there is a virtual reality, any kind of illusion of the senses to be in there. And then the video gaming is another extremely lucrative business, which also sells in an interactive way the chronotopes created by, let's say, non-interactive narrative form. Because the fact is, you cannot create such powerful characters with interactive narration. You need to create them with a conventional narrative, and then explore this detailed, this charming universe of fictional characters through interactive experiences, but not before they are created in more conventional way. So here I put some gameplay, but I will not going to show it now, but you can imagine a very realistic reproduction of the battleships and the experience that you participate in the battle, and you're not anymore observer of a story narrated by others. But once the story is there, your imagination is provided with enough resources in order to immerse yourself, to suspend your disbelief, to start to live the new fictional world in first person, and believing that you are making the story go on. So, the narrative of the Star Wars universe enhanced the commercialized sensory mode. Okay, this is the sentence which summarizes. I end here because we have exactly 5 minutes to discuss this. So, any questions, comments?
Okay. Professor Kim, can you know? Yes, I give you word.
Everything clear?
I'm Professor Chun in Hanyang University. So before the discussion, I would like to thank Professor Anko for preparing such a good presentation. Your presentation and paper, the Digital Mind, have been of great help to me. The semiotic approach to game was new to me, especially as I was involved in game industry. This approach not only served as an opportunity to expand my perspective, but also seems to be a great help to my research, which is attempting a cognitive science approach. In today's presentation, I would like to know more about Professor Pankov's opinion rather than discussing the presentation. I'm just curious what you think about the recently emerging metaverse. So that the reason I'm asking this question is that metaverse is different from films and video games. A game or movie has a narrative written by an author, but some metaverse doesn't. And in the case of metaverse, real life is reproduced by linking with haptic devices that allows you to feel the sense of reality. So I wonder how a semiotic approach to metaverse contents can be achieved. This question is because I found there's Universal Studios several years ago they made the hyper reality contents. They call this the Emperor of Secret. The Star Wars and use the HMD and its haptic device. So the many people feel is real. So I just wanna know what your opinions.
I don't have very good audio, I have to say, but at the beginning you mentioned about stories and experiences created by artificial intelligence or not by human author. I'm sorry, I couldn't really follow very well because the audio comes and go, and I'm not sure I can comment on your demand, although I understood it was something where you have been there and you experienced some of this kind of, but what exactly is your question?
The metaverse is what you think about the metaverse, because the metaverse is metaverse concept has been changed since the 1992. As Neil Stephenson defined as the metaverse is made of video and stereo sound, but recently metaverse is not only video and is the stereo sound. Is embedded is haptic devices. Is haptic globe, or is we can feel the smell and is the touch. So it's
the full sensory scape. Yeah, this is very interesting. Metaverse, they will introduce very soon also virtual reality and all sensors in order to help communicate. This is, I mean, let's see what is going on. I think this is the future. We will be able to immerse fully in the sensorium through communication, and this was absolutely unthinkable only a few decades ago. But the advancement of communication technologies are all in this direction. Reality, realism, to have entirely constructed illusion through all our senses of the creative or just another reality, whether it is through chat and to be together with other people, either experiencing a fictional story with smells, with touch, and also influencing the course of the thing. So to me, this is the future.
Thank you.
I hope to have answered, because I really
Thank you.
have to leave now. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Van It's highly interesting. Professor Tokawa George Lucas masterpiece Star Wars series produced in 1977. Yeah. Also Professor John now working as a full-time job professor at the Hansung University. Okay. Yes, so we spared time. Thanks to Professor. Yeah, I'm going to give my word to Professor Shin Hye-rin. Welcome. She now is working as a full-time job professor in media studies at Korea University. I believe Professor Shin gave us interesting lecture on the topic neutrofiction, decolonizing techno-orientalism through reappropriative aesthetics. Okay, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and it is a genuine honor and also a humbling experience to be presenting among such prominent scholars. And again, thank you for having me, Professor Kim, and everyone. The title of my presentation is Neutrospection, Decolonizing Techno-Orientalism Through Reappropriative Aesthetics. So, the history of, and just a disclaimer, so I'm not a semiotics specialist, so my work is not necessarily on semiotics, but it does deal with forms of cultural coding, so I hope it does align with the overall spirit of the conference, and I look forward to the input that I will be receiving.
Excusez-moi, vous m'entendez? Madame, on ne voit pas le visage de celui qui parle.
your presentation, but I don't see your face.
Oh, my face.
Yeah, which, as you
Voilà.
see, is still important.
Thank you so much.
We have no face. Just a voice.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for inviting me onto the screen.
Merci.
All right, although we
Bon
won't get up
continuation,
there.
oui.
Thank you. Great, so in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and begin. So my area is science fiction and digital media, and my presentation pertains to those areas of studies. The history of South Korean science fiction comprises a complex nexus of media, evolving alongside but also against the colonial dictate of science, technology, 과학 기술, a compound word devised and systemically promoted as a state-led initiative on industrial development and lifestyle management. While speculative literature remained largely peripheral under the reign of critical realism throughout the past century in Korea, film and animation sustained the vein of quirky imaginaries during the 70s and 80s, while the comics media cultivated hybrid aesthetics through stylistic fusions to herald the rise of genre fiction in the 1990s. Science fiction appears to have finally broke out into mainstream culture in recent years, emerging as an apt lens through which to reflect on and in turn inspire the technological landscape of our time. Korean cinema, in particular, present an interesting dialectic, wherein the tension between lingering anxieties of influence and subversions of the 과학 기술 framework produce what Andrew Ross might call campy awareness. Learning from the failures of their predecessors, from the early 2000s, such as Natural City, Resurrection of the Little Match Girl, which some of you might remember as one of the worst films ever made, 2009 Lost Memories, similar could be said about that. Korean cinema is building up a unique oeuvre of its own these days to deftly navigate the murky terrains of irrealist rhetoric, to resist a dual compulsion toward technical spectacles and grand narratives of progress. While critically acclaimed films such as Save the Green Planet, The Host, Snowpiercer, and Train in Busan, and more are exemplary in this regard, Space Sweepers deserves particular scrutiny in that it directly engages signature genre cliches with clear awareness of their triteness, rather than borrowing the speculative framework in service of social commentary. By doing so, Space Sweepers sublates the hegemony of 과학 기술 as an aspirational framework of cultural ontology, allowing for alternative modalities of technicity as lived experience, most notably through the use of the neutral, as I call it, aesthetic. After nearly half a century of negotiating local color with Western paradigms, I claim South Korea's contemporary science fiction narratives appear to have found a way to remediate and thereby reclaim vestiges of colonial modernity within the fold of futurity. To that end, this paper offers close readings of Space Sweepers to explore how the film simultaneously conforms with and subverts the legacies of mainstream science fiction cinema in its reappropriation of techno-orientalist tropes. While originally slated for a grand theater release, Space Sweepers went straight to Netflix instead due to challenges in the pandemic. The film drew attention not only for its stellar cast, but also because of its genre. As the first ever space opera in mainstream Korean media, Space Sweepers was marketed as a tentpole that would hold wide-reaching appeal to lovers of Korean content and science fiction aficionados alike, while also catering to global viewership of Netflix through its cosmopolitan, entertainment-oriented framing. Set in a dystopic near future, the story follows motley members of dilapidated space debris removal ship crew. While struggling to make ends meet, or rather, in the course of pursuing their own varied ends, they run into a girl who possesses the power to control matter thanks to the biomedically implanted nanobots in her body, and eventually consolidate around the cause of protecting her against the global madness doomsday scheme. Space Sweeper drew praise for the quality of its VFX, the remarkable vividness and details with which the film renders its technical cinematography is striking, to say the least, especially given the budget's extreme modesty by Hollywood standards. The film's narrative dimension, meanwhile, was considered derivative at best. Indeed, the escapades of socially misfit yet lovable outlaws are heavily reminiscent of shows and films such as Firefly, Cowboy Bebop, Star Wars, Guardians of the Galaxy, and more. The arch-villain's cause seems rather forced. Oops. Really? Oh. Yeah, this is a video embedded, but due to technical complications, we will only have the image. My apologies. The arch-villain's cause seems rather forced and thereby weak, despite or perhaps precisely because of its sheer scale, in contrast to the compelling subtleties of the crew members' backstories. The diversity of which, in turn, serving as a double-edged sword that distracts from the main plot. While one could hardly deny that the story element of Space Sweepers leaves much to be desired, it is the very manner in which the film handles, plays with, and thereby disrupts the discursive backbone of the space opera genre that renders it demonstrative of a welcome new trend, as I see it, in Korean science fiction media. A reappropriative approach that relies on the vitality of details, rendering the dictates of science and technology, and by extension, its espousal of progress by and for the powers that be, suspect. This feat, I claim, is notably performed through the four key elements that instantiate the refreshing playfulness with which Space Sweepers brushes off the legacies of the rationalist worldview. Spoken language, its embodied aesthetics, characterization, and the performance of gender. As we all know, the roots of the space opera genre harken back to the height of imperialism in the early 20th century. Diversity has often been used as a mere token, whilst reinforcing mechanisms of alienation, as seen in the Orientalist bent of the Star Wars franchise or the Asian-flavored backstreets of cyberpunk cinema. Space Sweepers, meanwhile, actively mobilizes the politics and aesthetics of language to paint a decolonial future where diverse languages acquire a level playing field, not simply owing to the technological assistance of the universal interpreter system, but also in the sense that everyone except for the hyper-wealthy residents of an orbital ecosystem are literally rendered bottom feeders, either stranded on the post-Anthropocene ruins of Earth or sweeping up space debris for daily subsistence. The crisscrossing vectors of disenfranchisement that besiege the cosmic Elysium generates a cacophony of liveness, in contrast to which the artificial nature preserve you see in the background of the orbital home strangely pales. The remarkable diversity with which the film embraces a range of cultures and languages spanning over the global north and south to encompass French, Chinese, Russian, and even Nigerian pidgin is also a case of note in light of Korean media's rather notorious past wars in depicting foreignness within and out. In a similar vein, characterization is also an aspect of note in Space Sweepers. While each and every member of the spaceship Victory Sunni struggles with their own demons, the succinctness with which such backgrounds are sketched out has the effect of accentuating rather than taking away from the liveness of their anguish. With Taeho and perhaps Captain Jang, Kim Tae-ri, to a certain extent as a sole exception, their pasts are gestured to rather than expounded on through seemingly mundane moments and objects that cumulatively construct an affective force field of resonance. In contrast, the originary story and eventual defeat of the white Anglophone megavillain as a cosmic colonizer gone literal fails to spark the plug of compassion, despite or perhaps again because of its larger-than-life grandiosity, connecting back to the Holocaust. The detail-oriented cosmopolitan destitution of Space Sweeper's world-building scheme, I suggest, refracts the exploitative legacy of the space opera genre to, quote-unquote, boldly go where almost no Korean media has gone before. I couldn't resist, sorry. That is reappropriate the impetus of scale and power to render it disjunctive. So speaking of detail-oriented aesthetics, the font of the spaceship Victory, Sunni, is indicative of yet another form of reappropriation, this time by owning and thereby recontextualizing that which is considered dilapidated and therefore undesirable. Antiquarian font is a signature aesthetic often seen in techno-orientalist imaginaries of futurity. Examples of note including that of Pinu, Soap in Cloud Atlas, anyone's seen it, and Hengwon in Blade Runner 2049. In the dystopian Neo-Soul of Cloud Atlas, where the basic premise of clone labor and the exterior trappings of cityscape uniformly signal futurity in hyperdrive, the only element that seems out of place is the font of the word soap on cartons of substance that feed, but unbeknownst to them, are also made of the clones. In like manner, the word Hengwon, tacked onto the ruins of a casino in Blade Runner 2049, also instantiates techno-orientalist practices of neglect, where through the Asian subject, by way of cultural expression, is stranded in the bygone days while their material presence are instrumentalized to indicate futurity. The font of Suniho, Victory, in Space Sweepers is likewise old-fashioned, but what distinguishes its aesthetic from the aforementioned cases is the awareness with which its antiquatedness is deployed. Its aesthetic dissonance flaunts rather than belies both the spaceship and crew's nature as a patchwork of quote-unquote junk. Victory's triumph over its fancier competitors in the debris-snatching race elevates its junk status to what CN9 might call interesting by endowing the old fonts with a retro cool feel, seemingly affirming the simpler days that precede the sophistications of hyper-technological futures. The font's reappropriative power, however, I would assert, comes from the fact that said triumph ultimately proves to be in vain, attesting to the cruel optimism of neoliberal futurity. Remarkably, the futility of their exploit seems to be more of an inconvenience rather than a crushing defeat to the crew members. Brushing disappointment aside, they exhibit clear awareness of the fact that they are players in a rigged game, while refusing to succumb to its absurdity, owning their junkness by going off to devise new schemes to play the system on their own terms. This newness with which Victory, the crew, and by extension the film itself own and in turn rejuvenate the affective aura of the old and defunct, feel of nostalgia, free of nostalgia or conformist aspiration, resonates with what came to be known as the neutro aesthetic in Korea's cultural landscape of late. Stood against techno-orientalist practices of concatenating the old and new, the font of Suni serves as a refreshing move away from the anxiety of influence that has long plagued Korean science fiction media. The treatment of gender in Space Sweepers also sets the film apart, not only from mainstream Korean media, but also dominant traditions in science fiction at large. Here I lay emphasis on the word mainstream to note the significance of Space Sweepers' positioning as a tentpole film. Bubs, the sole non-human member in Victory's renegade crew, is a transgender robot. Voiced by well-known actor Yoo Hae-jin and designed as a combat robot, Bubs clearly displays and performs features that are traditionally marked as male territory. But she, as she prefers to be called, is also completely open about her preferences as otherwise, which the rest of the crew appear to take at a stride. What renders their attitude all the more refreshing is that it comes across not as a gender-blind indifference, but a natural acceptance. Alterity in Space Sweepers appears to be a matter of choice and agency as much as that of ontogeny or phylogeny. Unlike in the greater majority of science fiction narratives that feature non-human characters with either the Pinocchio or Frankenstein complexes, such as AI, artificial intelligence, Bicentennial Man, Blade Runner, Prometheus, list goes on, Bubs, or Updoni, never once says she wants to be a woman, or even human, for that matter. She simply wishes to be and act the way she likes and chooses. Her move to don the exterior features of a human female in this regard comes across more as a modality of expression and being rather than the sublimation of a particular kind of identity. The cognitive dissonance between her voice and her demeanor, such as her most conspicuous fashion sense, her being the only one to showcase a wide range of colorful wardrobe among the crew, in fact, and fondness for cosmetics, coupled with the crew members' acceptance of or even nonchalance towards such propensities, decolonize the reign of anthropocentric liberal subject from a gender-busting perspective. To wrap up, Space Sweepers may not be what one might call a masterpiece. in terms of narrative integrity or conceptual ingenuity, but it does deserve acknowledgement for marking a welcome turn in Korean science fiction media, or I would say media at large, and that the cumulative details with which the story comes alive signal departure from long-standing anxieties of influence under the dictate of the Kwahak Gisul paradigm. I find it all the more refreshing that these feats are displayed and shared in the domain of mainstream culture, namely in the form of a blockbuster tentpole film. Representation is cumulative by nature, and the fact that the aforementioned particularities of this film come together to produce fun and elicit widespread excitement is in and of itself a step toward disruption. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shin. Immediately moving on to Professor Ma Dong-hoon at Korea University. Professor Ma Dong-hoon's comment on the Professor Shin's lecture.
Thank you very much. This is the right place to see you guys explain. Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind invitation, Professor Kim, to this honorable place to share the ideas with the prominent scholars from all over the world. And also, welcome to the media hall. Do you like this place? Yeah, you will see the better place tomorrow. So please come along tomorrow to the fourth floor cinema track. And it has been a great pleasure all the time to have a talk with Professor Harin Shin, who's my colleague, and all the time, talking with her gives me great insights, especially about those technologies and science technologies and social realities, and also discourses around these social realities as well. So this is also fascinating subject you brought us today. So many things to think about, but since I have only a few minutes to say, well, I will just try to be brief to talk about 2 points to discuss for the discussion. Yes, it is right to say that the science technology is a kind of big discourse, and science technology was a kind of, the idea of science technology has something to do with, as you said, this is a colonial decade. So, but still, since the age of, now we are talking about neutral protection, but still we are having the same problems. So in these days, we are living in the data-led and also AI-dominated world, and we are not very free from all those technological developments, especially the new aspect of the technological developments is what we call the fourth industrial revolutions. But still, we are very much dominated by all those data and algorithms, AIs. So how could we, that's my question all the time, how could we define the relations, especially since the industrial revolutions, 21st century, the relations between the science technologies and human conditions. So we are still in the colonial decade. I mean, we are still in the age of colonial decade when you talk about science technologies, especially even in the universities these days, even faculty members in humanities and social sciences, educations and technology, engineering and medicines. All the people talk about high technologies. Without talking about high technologies, we feel that we are not very much respected. So even those who are working in the English literatures and Korean literatures, still we need to know about it. That means that is a clear evidence saying that we are so much dominated by all these discourses of high technologies and new advanced technologies. So my question all the time that I have, I'm not asking you the direct question, that's my question to myself all the time. Is that true to say that the technology, actually the discourse, technology is the science technology reflects the social realities, or vice versa, or the social realities may affect the discourse of science technologies. So relations between all these. Since the end of 19th century in Korea, when science came here, Western science came here, it came here with others, educational systems and Western medicines, and also churches, religions, and democracies and capitalisms. All they came here to reinforce the power of science technologies to become what you said, colonial dictate. So, but still we are under that condition. So in the title of your paper, your presentation, Decolonizing Techno-Orientalism, however, I would like to ask you, can the Techno-Orientalism really be decolonialized in these days? That is my question. And especially the point you made at the end of your presentation about especially the transgenders, as robots, and now in these days, this new aspect of gender representation. So does it reflect the changes of social realities, or social realities may affect the representations, the relations between representation of new gender roles and social realities? What comes first? That may be the question. That is a clear question that I have all the time. Even just before this conference, I had a class with my graduate students who are with me here now. So we have the same questions. Some power relations between images and the imaginary world, the world of representation and social reality, especially in the age of the science and technology, advanced science and technology, I must say. So, well, they are the things that I thought while I heard attend the brilliant presentation you gave us today. Thank you very much, Professor Shi.
Would you like to answer?
Yes, briefly. So, thank you so much, Professor Ma. As always, your queries are absolutely illuminating, and I can't agree more. The issue of algorithmic agency definitely haunts us these days. But I do think the way in which we see science technology as a colonial, or paradigm, as a colonial dictate, does give us a way out of, or perhaps a way to reconfigure and rethink the way in which we could perhaps resist and reshape the future to come, because the rational dictate of science technology, not just science or technology, but as a combination word, is very much about inframing the world in a teleological manner. As you pointed out, science is progress, it is also a pursuit of objective truth. And in fact, speaking of representation, representations of the science technology dictate in the domain of media in Korea for a long time does exhibit a sense of anxiety of influence, in the sense that we have to catch up, and we have to do all these futuristic things, and we have to exhibit advanced science technology in order to be ranked among the leaders of the world, and etc. Science fiction itself being a quote-unquote imported genre, not necessarily, but such notions persisting. But then I find it refreshing in not only works such as Space Sweepers, but also a range of other more contemporary Korean speculative fiction, a kind of attitude that I would characterize as so what or whatever. So a kind of disregard or trying to reconfigure the way in which science technology is a hierarchical relationship. Because if we come to think of it, technology is none other than a mechanism that brings the unreal into the realm of the real. In that sense, representations don't only reflect, but also actively shape and create reality. And I think that's one way in which we can think of problematics of something like algorithmic agency as a creation of reality in the form of algorithmic bias, but on the flip side, also leading us avenues to refute and reconfigure and restructure that through our own agential exertion. And in terms of the gender issue, I will be brief. I think some of the more troubling implications that we often see in speculative fiction's depiction of gender politics recently is very much in line with the illusion of the post-gender world, kind of like the illusion of the transhuman world, where because we have different substrates, these are not human congenitally, they're different, they're not even life forms, they don't have gender. But gender as a performative quality most certainly resides and persists and busts through these different differentiations. And I think the way in which that aspect is commented upon, but also played with in connection to the roots of gender-based discrimination with anthropocentrism in the form of Abdongi, who's like, I don't care about being human, but I want to be such an entity. That is extremely refreshing, and that doesn't align with necessarily the majority view about gender in Korea, I think what people would think. But in that sense, I do think it is part and parcel of the mechanism through which representation can actively not just reflect, but create new senses of reality. Thank you so much.
Great, great. Now we are going to travel in one of the largest cities in China, Nanjing. There are three proposals are very challenging to me to pronounce correctly. Chinese, yes, Chinese name. Wang Yong Xiang. You can hear me? Okay. Long Xiang. Xiang Long. Professor Xiang Long. Are you there?
Hello.
Professor
Yes.
Wang Miao. Okay? Okay.
Yes, yes. We are here.
Who I believe will be delivering interesting lecture on the topic.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
English
Can you
translation
see
of
my PowerPoint?
Chuan Silu 전습론 Log in Korean from the perspective of cultural semiotics. They are now equally working at the University of Nanjing Normal University, China. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's my honor to present our paper to all of you. My name is Yongxiang Wang, and I work with my colleagues Rong Jiang and Miao Miao Wang together. Actually, Rong Jiang is doing her PhD in our university under my supervision, and she's going to do more research into the study on English translation of Chuanxi Lu from the perspective of cultural semiotics. And today we shall present parts of the study. Now here are the contents. Now we shall start with introduction. Chuanxi Lu is China's philosophical classic, and its influence has spread around the world. It was written by Wang Yangmin students. They compiled this classic book according to their teachers' lectures, letters, and their own understanding of their teacher's talk. It mainly presents the essence of Wang Yangmin's theory, the theory of mind, consciousness, and the unity of knowledge and action. Wang Yangmin, a Confucian scholar, said that all things in the universe, such as the sun, the moon, the stars, rain, dew, etc., form an integrated whole with humanity. There are mainly two finished and influential English translation versions of the work. One is The Philosophy of Wang Yangmin, translated in 1916 by Hank, who is a cleric and American professor of philosophy and psychology. Hank's translation version first brought Wang Yangmin's philosophical thought into the Western world. Then Wang Yangmin's philosophy of mind and his Chuanxi Lu began its first trip to the West. Another English translation version is Instructions for Practical Living and Other Newer Confucian Writings by Wang Yangming, translated by Chinese American philosopher and sinologist Wing-Tis Chen in 1963. Chen's translation version has been one of the essences for Western scholars to study Wang Yangming's philosophy thoughts. And an American missionary, Hank, mentioned that scholars from the West thought that China's philosophy was limited to the 4 books and the 5 classics from the times of the pre-Qing period, as well as the book of Tao and Te, that is Dao De Jing, from Lao Tzu. While Chen's translation version feels the inadequacy of Chinese philosophy materials, English words, there are no more other valuable philosophical thoughts and works in China. Wang Yangming's philosophical mind of Chuanxi Lu not only has the classic Confucius thoughts, but it has its own unique philosophy thought worth studying. In our analysis and discussion, we refer to cultural semiotics as laid out by Yuri Lotman. We apply the semisphere.
You have no voice. Technical difficulties. Sorry, we are waiting. Being connected. 김종우 선생님. 이거 우리 문제 아니지? 중국. 오케이. 중국 문제. 그래서 sorry, waiting. Will be problem is not ours from China. Okay. Okay. 잠깐만 안 되겠지. 다시 한번 껐다가 try to 예, 지금 그 잠깐 말씀 코멘트를 드립니다. 지금 그 박이루 교수님이 지금 지방에 계시기 때문에 시간이 좀 촉박해서 끝난 다음에 바로 토론을 요청하셨습니다. 그래서 순서를 좀 양해 구해서 바로 토론을 부탁드린다는 거였습니다. Excuse me, Professor Park not now. Has no time for delay, so he wants to do discussion following 여기가 늦은 거 아니에요? 저 중국이. 오케이. 그렇구나. 그럼 여기가 지금 다른 그 지금 것도 떠 있어야 되잖아요. 아이콘. I'm really sorry. The speed of internet speed is more slowly than used to. Professor Pagiru, are you ready to do some comment on? Yes, yes. Now.
제가 그 간단한 내용도
you already read. Okay, you read. Okay. To say.
Since the majority of the audience are Koreans, let me explain what is going on in my question. 지금 현재 지금 이 끊어진 것은 아마 중국 쪽의 그 네트워크 에러로 보입니다. 저도 이런 현상 많이 봤기 때문에. 근데 이 왕 선생님이 하시는 이야기는 양명학을 두 버전으로 영어로 번역을 하면서 그 양명학이라는 주자학을 대체할 수 있는 새로운 비용으로서의 중국 사상이 어떤 식으로 저변에서 중심으로 옮겨오게 되었나 하는 것을 로트만의 문화기호학, 저변과 중심이 항상 넘나들고 저변은 중심이 될 수도 있다. 그게 바로 문화기호학의 역동성이라고 이야기합니다. 그런 이야기를 하고 계시면서 사례로 아까 이야기했던 그 우리말로 뭐라 그랬었죠? 전수? 예, 아주 그 어려운 책 그 사례를 드신 겁니다. Okay, my question is, thank you for your communication. I have just a simple question. In Korea, Yangmism was ostracized, kind of refused, underestimated by traditional Confucian schools, such as 세계기호학회. Yangmism saw a person's desire as natural, but those stubborn grandpa in Korea, in China, did not accept it. On the other hand, due to the practical nature of Yangmism, it was also accepted as a theoretical background of the social reform, for example, Meiji reform, restoration in Japan. As mentioned in the presentation, East Asia's tradition of Jujuism, which has cherished the 4 books and the 3 classics, 사서삼경, as standard text, has by many means denounced Yangmism, since it was an alternative to Jujuism. Now, can we place Yangmism in the boundaries emphasized in your representation and place Jujuism in the center, and then highlight the value of Yangmism through dynamic semiosphere model? Or Isn't it the real intention of your communication? 실제로 이분이 그 양면학을 로트만의 문화기호학 이론에서 저변에 두고 주사학을 중심에 두고 있지만 사실은 진짜 의도는 그 모델이 가지는 역동성을 통해서 양면학이 중심으로 올 수 있다는 것을 보여주기 위한 것이 아니었나 싶습니다. 보통 책을 번역할 때에는 번역학 이론이 나와야 되는데 그건 전혀 없거든요. 결국은 이분들이 양면학의 대가로서 그분들의 철학적 적통성을 이 사례에서 증명하고 싶었던 것 같습니다. 그 정도로 끝내겠습니다.
Hello, do you hear me? Professor Wang, do you hear me? Professor Wang, do you hear me? Please listen to me.
Carry the different cultures move from boundary to center.
Professor Wang, do you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Unfortunately, there's an interruption since I think slide number three. Just what you provide when you provide the introductory remarks about the Wang Yangmi's philosophy, and then there's an interruption. So I invited discussant Professor Clark, and then you just but you don't. I think it's yeah. You can continue from the sorry from the slide slide four. I think.
Slide.
Yeah, when you just begin the Rothman we mentioned. Okay.
Yes.
We can, yeah.
Please.
You mean slide 4?
No.
Slide 4.
Slide 4. Just after.
This is the fourth slide.
Yeah, no, the next one. The next one.
This one.
The next one. And number 6.
Number 6.
No, I think you can begin number 7 from Rothman's Semiotics. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Miraculous.
Please. Restart.
You mean to start from here?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Voice.
Okay.
You can.
The concept of semisphere was coined by Yuri Lotman, the founder of Moscow Tattoo School of Russia. In 1984, it first appeared in his article on the semisphere, in which he pointed out that there is a specific semiotic continuum, which is filled with multivariant semiotic models situated at a range of hierarchical levels. Lotman named this continuum semisphere, similar to Vernadsky's concept of a noosphere and a biosphere. Semisphere is a cultural point of view in semiotics. It was characterized by the nature of cultural elements in a dynamic communication. Semisphere is a space for human beings to live and develop. It is just like the biosphere, which is an intact and complicated organization. Each text could be regarded as the semisphere and semiotic systems. Language functions and exists on the premise of semisphere. Texts, cultural systems, and dialogue exist in the semisphere, which regulates meaning creation, circulation, and suppression according to dynamics that follow complex rules. Hence, it can be observed, analyzed, and understood. Above all, it offers an effective way in a method to study language and culture. Semisphere is categorized by its heterogeneity, asymmetry, and existence of boundaries, among which heterogeneity is the most essential feature of semisphere. In the semiotic space, there exist diverse signs at different levels, making semisphere heterogeneous in internal structure. The languages which fill up the semiotic space are various, and they relate to each other along the spectrum which runs from complete mutual translatability to just as complete mutual untranslatability. Heterogeneity is defined both by the diversity of elements and by their different functions. The heterogeneity of semisphere results in the dynamic development in semisphere. And then asymmetry. The structure of semisphere is asymmetric. The most developed and structurally organized language occupies the center of the semisphere, while peripheral areas are crowded with those less powerful languages with half-form structures. According to Lotman Uspensky, the entire system for preserving and communicating human experience is a concentric system, in the center of which are located the most obvious and logical structures. On most occasions, natural languages occupy the core position since they pervade almost the whole semisphere, which cannot exist if no natural language serves as the organizing center of the semisphere. And then boundaries. The notion boundary divides the external space of semisphere from the internal, its outside world from the inside world. Boundary is one of the primary mechanisms of semiotic individuation. It can be defined as the outer limit of first-person form. No matter how asymmetrical and unequal the internal space of semisphere is, it is unified and uniform as a whole. The semisphere, though composed of conflicting components, is also marked by semiotic individuation. Every culture begins with this division, and how to divide the culture depends on its type. For example, the boundary may divide the city from the countryside, the dead from the living, settled nations from nomadic ones, etc. All these binary divisions are related to social, national, and religious background. The actual division is one of the human cultural universes. With the development across disciplines, studies of Chinese classic Chuanxi Lu is, in English version, are closely related to philosophy, psychology, linguistics, culture, and cross-cultural communication. From this perspective, the multi-dimensionality and complexity of this project are mainly manifested in the studies of the metalinguistics, dialogue space, as well as the function of meaning generation within cultural semiotic space. It is the consequence of interactions and collisions of semisphere. Naturally, this project is within Lotman's cultural semiotic framework. Cultural multi-dimensionality produces dynamic and diverse communication mechanisms of the Chinese classic Chuanxi Lu in English version. Chuanxi Lu mainly recorded the talks and letters between Wang Yangming's students. The text itself was made up of dialogues and then compiled by Wang Yangming's students. The first compiled edition produced a renewable meaning. Such kind of heterogeneity and boundary makes the dynamic dialogue text infinite. Hence, it could finish the crossing process from the boundary into the center. This form was deeply influenced by the society's culture, which left a historical and cultural memory. From the perspective of diachrony, this study tries to interpret the cultural memory mechanism of the semisphere, which reveals the regeneration of the text meaning. According to Lotman, dialogue could generate new information mechanism, which would not appear before the dialogue. Dialogue mechanism is a method of transmitting information among various coding systems. Chuanxi was written by Wang Yangming students. They compiled the classic book according to their teachers' lectures, letters, and their understanding of their teacher's talk. It mainly presents the essence of Wang Yangming's theory, the philosophy of mind, consciousness, and the unity of knowledge and action. In this aspect, it displays the dialogue models as I, you, and I. Lotman's dialogue models are multi-dimensional and complex. One of the semisphere characteristics, heterogeneity, could fully prove it. Various cultures could communicate through the synchronous style. Contemporary culture could have communication with the ancient. Besides, one culture could establish the conversation between the past and future of our own. Now here is the IU dialogue model, and any communication mechanism includes 6 elements, including addresser, addressee, context, message, code, and context. Actually, the following diagram is familiar to us. It is Jefferson's communication model. And according to this model, messages formed by the codes shared by participants in the communication activity. Besides, the message has concrete meanings in a given context, but it can convey different meanings in different contexts. In the process of information transmission, the function of the 6 elements is not divided equally, but rather one element dominates the whole communication. The core of Jefferson's communication model is that the message cannot provide all meanings, which is a result of interrelationship between different elements in the process of communication. Jefferson's model is based on the Lamb and Peru. This interpretation could be applied within everything surrounding the speech communication activities. However, Lotman noted that there exists another communication model, that is I communication. He tried to interpret its inner mechanism and meaning. I dialogue model can be referred to as inner communication. I was not only the information transmitter, but the transmission receiver as well. The process of it would produce the new meanings of the original text, which would enrich my own new thoughts, recultivate my own personality, as well as the huge flow of thoughts. Lotman also named it as auto-communication. During the process of information transmission, it naturally introduced an extra code recoding the original text. Hence, it produced new meanings. Another mechanism is boundary. Boundedness in semisphere is highly active. Texts carry different cultures move from boundary to center. With the flow of cultural development, it would possibly circulate back. Lotman put forward the concept that it is the act of circulating one culture to other cultures, getting it in return, which makes us see our own cultural act and produce in a new light. Semisphere is not a static space. It is a space with extension and is changeable. It will extend with the extension of cultural development and change with the cultural systems transformation. Now here is a figure. This is the mechanism of Lotman's And then here are some examples from Chuanxi Lu. Example 1, here is the original text, Chinese, and then English translations. Here we have 2 translations. First, what advantage is there in considering either that which is past and that which has not taken place? Hanker's translation is like this. What is the use of thinking of the past and future events? And as another example, here is the Chinese version, and then 2 translations. We may have a look. Now, with the simple structure and concise language, Wang Yangming wanted to convey the thought of mind philosophy. Hence, Winty's Chen's translation applied a similar sentence pattern expression in English, encoding the information which produces the new text. Lotman's semisphere, as the medium or space, carries the signs of a given culture at different times. A semisphere is a space in which ethnic cultural signs exist and grow, with its basic elements being the cultural texts, and the meta-language is used to describe the state and the transformation of the culture. Translation can function both as homogenizing and heterogenizing semiotic force, depending on its position at the center or the periphery of a given semiotic system. This project briefly considers the significance of Lotman's semispheric understanding of the relation between borders and translation for contemporary translation and border studies. The interpretation of philosophy classic is a kind of semiotic activity. It is a process of interpreting science. The philosophical classic Chuanxi Lu is presented through science. The science could constitute the text, and each text could be regarded as the semisphere and the semiotic systems. The text forms the culture, and then the culture could develop into a semisphere. The text heterogeneity and a boundary made the dynamic dialogue text infinite. Hence, it could finish the crossing process from the boundary into the center in the semisphere. Semisphere is the space for the human being to live and develop. Lotman begins his discussion of the semiotic space by noting that research based on the semiotic paradigm has proven that well-defined and functionally unambiguous systems never exist in an isolated form. Rather, they can only become meaningful and functional when perceived as one segment of the continuum of multifaceted, multi-leveled, and variegated semiotic formations when they are immersed in semiotic space. Wang Yangming's philosophical mind of Chuanxi Lu not only has the classic Confucius thought, but it has its own unique philosophical thought that is worth studying. And later on, we shall further the study on the translation version of Wang Yangming's Chuanxi Lu from the perspective of cultural semiotics. Thank you very much. That's
Thank you, Professor Wang. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Now, without any delay, I'm flying into Turkey to meet Professor Mustafa Ojusari. Is right? Are you there?
Hello.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. excuse me. He will be delivering interesting lecture on analysis of. It's very, very hard to change to me to pronounce correctly in Turkish language. Yes. Analysis of Aisha Kamal's poem titled Aid Morning. It's not, it's morning. I am a little bit confused. Noning on the paper. In Sulaymani yet. Sulaymani yet. With
Aid morning.
Thank you. With structural semiotics. Yes, I give you my word. I give you 20 minutes. Sorry. Professor Olsari, working now at the University of Bali, Kessil, in Turkey. Okay, please.
Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who organized this excellent conference, especially Professor Suntuki. In my presentation, firstly, I would like to dwell on the understanding of poetry Turkish poet Yahya Kemal Beyatlı. Secondly, I would like to relate the basic concepts and values in Yahya Kemal's poetry with concepts by the way algıda süleyen grimas structural semiotics. Thirdly, I would like to evaluate the relationship between grimas structural semiotics and Turkish anasır erba concepts. Then I would like to question whether the philosophical and aesthetic origins of structural semiotics are related to Turkish thought. Sorry for my pronunciation problem. I just want to share my thought and findings with you about these issues. After the end of the International Balıkesir Semiotic Workshop held in last summer, we had a short trip from Balıkesir to Pergamon with my colleague and friend Suntu Kim. This journey is also accompanied by my esteemed colleague Suntu Kim about Anatolian civilization. Anatolian people, peaceful features of Anatolian people, Pergamon studies, Asklepios, Acropolis, Pergamon Museum. We talked about the cultural reaches of Anatolia. Then we climbed the Acropolis, a metropolis where the kings of Pergamon continued their rule for about 2015 years. My friend Suntu Kim watched the Pergamon oasis, Madra, and Yunt mountains. He saw the magnificent sculptures created by the artists of Pergamon by carving marble and stone. He then turned to me and asked the question, which Turkish poets described this scale? I remembered Yahya Kemal Beyatlı, one of the most influential poets raised by the Turkish literature of the 20th century. I informed my friend about Beyatlı's poems titled Pergamon Sculptures and Pergamon Girls. My friend listened to me carefully, but Suntu Kim said that he had never heard the name Beyatlı. So I tried to tell my friend about Yahya Kemal. After this small trip to Pergamon with the Suntu Kim, I asked myself some questions. First, Yahya Kemal Beyatlı, who is considered one of the greatest poets of Turkish literature and managed to create universal state, wasn't known by literary researchers around the world. Secondly, at the International Semiotic Congress in Seoul, was I able to analyze Yahya Kemal and his most beautiful poem, Turkish Süleymaniye'de Bayram Sabahı, English, 8 morning in Süleymaniye. If possible, by what method could this analysis be done? Could it have been applied for the structural semiotics science developed especially by Grimas? The fact that Beatlı worked at some university in the same period as Grimas made me a little more hopeful. But there was another problem. Structural semiotics was mostly a method used in narrative text. In contrast, the text I was thinking of reviewing was a poem. For this reason, to what extent could it be correct to examine a text in poem in a Grimasian method? As I pondered this question in my mind, I remembered that Beatlı's text also carried a hidden story within it. In this case, semiotic built and isotopies in this secret story could be detected. Now, let's give a brief information about Beatlı's biography and his poems, Eight Morning in Süleymaniye. Beatlı, Turkish poet, is one of the most famous poets of Turkish literature developed in the 20th century. He was born in Skopje. At the time, Skopje was an important cultural center of the Ottoman Empire in Balkans. Beatlı, who belongs to an old and large Turkish family, received a highly qualified education while in Skopje. He has completed the high school in Thessaloniki and he has started Paris University, Faculty of Political Science. Yahya Kemal lived in France for a total of 9 years. During his lived in France, he read the poems of French poets such as Baudelaire and Mallarmé. Returning to Turkey in 1912, Yahya Kemal wanted to see Anatolia as the true source of Turkish culture. In the beginning, he described ancient age Anatolian civilization. It is named New Greek movement, New Yunanilik movement, especially Pergamon as a theme in his poems. Later, Yahya Kemal, who stopped using the ancient Anatolian social life and as a theme, this time focused completely on describing the millennial adventure of Turks in Anatolia. He classified basic values created by Anatolian Turks in Asia Minor in 1,000 years. He described these values in his poems. The most famous poetic text written by Yahya Kemal with the above understanding is poem entitled Eight Morning in Süleymaniye. The poem was written to describe the Muslim gathered to pray at Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul. According to Beatlı, the Süleymaniye Mosque is monumental architecture work of art built by Anatolian Turks. Used a representative by Turks. He also described 1,000-year-old life of Anatolian Turks. In this respect, Eight Morning in Süleymaniye is not only Yahya Kemal's most beautiful poem, but also one of the most influential poems of modern Turkish literature. In this paper, Eight Morning in Süleymaniye will be analyzed according to structural semiotics. Having identified the material and method of examination, we can now put a little bit about structural semiotics. As it is now, Grimasian structural semiotics is a method of text analysis. Their philosophical and aesthetic foundation are often based on rationalism and the Hegelian category of totality. At the same time, Grimas was influenced by the Russian formalist Vladimir Prost's morphology Skanska. It aimed to determine the exact elements of meaning in literary, philosophical, political, and religion text. Semiotics is generally considered to be a methodology of Western origin, but Grimas, in his youth period, worked at Cairo University in Egypt and Istanbul University in Turkey. now return to original question in this presentation. Could Grimas have benefited from Eastern philosophy in creating the basic concepts of structural semiotics? Second, to what extent did Grimas make use of Eastern system of thought? Moreover, could there be a relationship between Grimas and Yahya Kemal? Semiotic is a predominantly used narrative text. On the other hand, Beyatlı was a lyrical poet. In Süleymaniye'de Bayram Sabahı is a poem in which lyrics is at highest level. Since Yahya Kemal poetry is a literary text, it can be examined by structural semiotic method. But there was another feature in Eid Morning in Süleymaniye. This poem is also a hidden history of Anatolian Turks. This history tells the 1,000 years Anatolian adventure of Turks who entered Anatolia with the victory of Malazgirt. Therefore, when analyzing this text, it is possible to talk about the concept of space, time, people, action. But thinking of Grimas and Beyatlı together also raises another problem. Is it possible that Beyatlı and Grimas met? Could it be that Beyatlı and Grimas met in the corridors of Faculty of the Letters at Istanbul University? This possibility should always be considered. Beyatlı and Grimas worked at Istanbul University Faculty of Letters at the same time. In addition to this, Beyatlı organized conversations with Faculty of Letters students and faculty members in Sultanahmet coffee houses. The famous Turkish logician Nusret Hızır, a close friend of Yahya Kemal, also participated in these conversations. In some years, Grimas worked with Nusret Hızır at Istanbul University. For now, we do not know whether Grimas participated in these conversations with Nusret Hızır. Grimas' meeting with Nusret Hızır and his achievement at Istanbul University are important in two respects. First, Nusret Hızır advised Grimas to read and research logic. Second, we can quest that Grimas learned the Turkish Islamic tradition of logic and the basic concept of Eastern system of thought both while he was at Cairo University and Istanbul University. Yahya Kemal, on the other hand, knows very well the basic isotopies that make up the cultures of the Turkish Turks. In fact, Yahya Kemal's life was spent researching and explaining these isotopies, especially the climatic isotopies. However, Beyatlı called these conceptions, which constitute the world of meaning of the Turkish Turks, not isotopies, but values. He has always used these values as a thematic material both in his poems and writings. Basic concepts of Grimasian structural semiotic, semiotic square, isotopy, and actantial model. Of these, especially the semiotic square has a direct relationship with Turkish thought. Anyone who knows the classical Turkish system of thought understands that this idea is based on the concept of anasır-ı erba. Anasır-ı erba means 4 elements. These elements are air, water, earth, and fire. The realm of being consists of these 4 elements. Anasır-ı erba was used a lot of classical Turkish literature. These elements are equated with the characteristic of man. Each represents different aspects of life. At this point, structural semiotic appears. As is now, one of the important nations of structural semiotic is the semiotic square. Semiotic square, it consists of air, water, fire, and earth. These all represent different aspects of life. Grimas narrated Maupassant's story Deus Amis and George Vernon's novel Semiotics Square. He revealed these similarities and differences between the world of meaning these two authors. There is a similarity between Grimas semiotic square conception and Anasır Erbab, one of the most widely used concepts in Turkish literature. If we look at the Beyatlı's poem Süleymaniye'de Bayram Sabahı, 8 Morning in Süleymaniye, by taking into account the semiotic square, where this view will take us. To clarify the issue a little more, does the semiotic square of Yahya Kemal's way of saying give us a clue? As can be seen in Beyatlı's text, water represents life, fire represents deed, air represents the outside of deed, that is eternity, and the earth represents outside of life, that is life after deed. In fact, these representations also reveal the Turkish way of life and the way they perceive life. For example, air represents the resurrection of souls that go to eternity. Water represents the arrival of warships, deed from the barrels of fireballs, and earth represents life and deed. That is the outside of life. In short, the semantic square understanding that Grimas reveals in his analysis of meaning exists in a different way and at different level in Yahya Kemal's text. In other words, the notion of Anasır Erbab with the method that Grimas called semiotic square also forms the structure of the text of the famous Turkish poet Yahya Kemal. Secondly, another concept that should be embodied in the concept of isotopy. What exactly are isotopies? According to Grimas and his disciplines, isotopies exist both on the phonetic and on the semantic level. Both kinds of isotopies can be defined in a first step as a repetition or recurrence of certain phonetic and semantic features. Alliterations, for example, such as gözleri, yüzleri, Turkish, rim, for example, beridir, sesleridir, can be considered phonetic isotopies. The minimum requirement for the existence of isotopy are phonetic or semantic features common to at least two textual units. In this context, the semantic isotopy is defined by Grimas and Cortes as iterativity on a syntagmatic level of class semems, which guarantee the homogeneity of discourse as utterance. Phonetic isotopy neglected by Grimas. After giving prior information about isotopy in the Grimasian sense, let us now return to Yahya Kemal text. Yahya Kemal Beyatlı has always embodied Türkiye Turks, both in his poems and prose. He explained the values of Türkiye Turks. For example, according to Yahya Kemal, the Türkiye Turks created Anatolian soil within 1,000 years. After the Turks come to Anatolia, they created some values by kneading the Anatolian tribes with their blood, sweat, and tears. These values are art and sense of help and pity, Turkish merhamet, faith belief, Turkish tevekkül, the idea of civilization. Yahya Kemal always deals with these four values as subjects in all his poems. It is possible to call these values the primary isotopies of Yahya Kemal corpus. In the poem titled 8 Morning in Süleymaniye, our art, that is Süleymaniye Mosque, can be considered as a primary isotopy. There are also isotopies of this primary isotopy that we can call secondary isotopies. When we consider the whole poem, secondary isotopies are the concepts of religion, history, geography, nation, and people. They are all built on these concepts. Each of these concepts is explained in a text block with different historical events after the victory of Malazgirt. Nation is the Turkish nation. Religion is the Anatolian Islam, which was adopted and developed by the Turkiye Turks. These isotopias are described in the text with different semem and class semem. All this shows that Yahya Kemal's poetry has a certain semantic integrity. In conclusion, structural semiotics is a text review method developed by the Lithuanian semiotics Grimas. The most important concept developed by structural semiotics are the concept of semiotic sukar, isotopy, and le model abstantial. Of these, isotopias can be studied in any situation and any level. Isotopias can be found in any text with a certain structural compositional integrity. In Yahya Kemal text, art was used as the primary isotopy and as an architectural isotopy in a narrow sense. As the secondary isotopies, after the architectural isotopy, the concept of history, geography, religion, nation, and Anatolian Turks are included. Of course, the poet enriched these secondary isotopies, mostly class semem, and sel. From the point of view to semantic square, Yahya Kemal's poem includes 4 elements in the semiotic frame: deed, light, non-deed, and non-light. Of these 4 elements, water represents light, air represents the non-light, fire represents deed, and earth represents the non-deed. Peter ve Zima, Austrian comparative literature researcher, Czech origin comparative researchers based the philosophical and aesthetic sources of structural semiotics developed by Grimas on the Hegelian category of totality and rationalist philosophy. Especially if the semiotic square understanding and the anasır erba understanding in Turkish Islamic thought are taken into consideration. It is necessary to look for the idea of anasır erba in the background of structural semiotics. Or, if the structural semiotic, Turkish Islamic logic, and the idea of anasır erba are considered, it is possible to reach new facts and new findings about this method developed by Grimas and his students. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Professor Mustafa Oğuzay. This talk has talked about around the poem. It's quite poet, I think. Aid morning, not morning in Sulaimani. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, we continue to travel into Turkey. Another professor, 3 PhD professor. Professor Dogan Güne. Professor Dogan Güne.
Oui, je suis là, monsieur.
Vous m'entendez?
Vous m'entendez?
Vous m'entendez? Très bien, très parfait. Alors,
c'est Bétul qui présente
très bien. Oui. Let's start with you directly with an interesting topic, the political semiotics by Professor Dogan Güne.
No, Betül Çanakpınar. By Betül Çanakpınar.
Yes, Betül Çanakpınar. Bonjour. Good afternoon. Okay, 3 professor. Okay. Two professor. Okay. Please.
Can you see the presentation now?
Okay. Yes. You can start.
Yes, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I am very happy to be here. It's really a great honor for me. I am Betül Çanakpınar. Today I would like to talk about the relationship between political discourse and semiotics. We study with my colleagues Doğan Günay and Murat Kaliloğlu. You know, the party leaders are the most important actors in politics, and personality of leaders is as important as their abilities, because politics, which is in every aspect of life, is formation shaped by the combination of these two features. For this reason, the perception of society and the impression they create in the society are very important for politicians. As it's known, the aim of political parties is to reach to as many voters as possible, to introduce themselves first, and together parties, the prerequisite for the voters to take the right actions is to obtain the right information and be exposed to right messages. Political communication can be called the arena of individuals or groups in power struggle. It includes all political communication activities such as propaganda, public relations, political advertising, superior subordinate relations, creating news to the press, TV panels, discussions, gossip, brainwashing. In order for all these activities to serve their purpose, it's important that the discourses are used correctly and appropriately. It's a well-known issue for those who are interested in politics that discourses should be chosen carefully. Therefore, each word is carefully chosen and its message to the voter is well thought out, because how a politician says what he says is as important as what he says. Our study consists of three parts: discourse and political discourse, construction of political discourses, and deciphering political discourse. You know, the concept of discourse has recently been used in fields such as anthropology, sociology, and political science, as well as linguistics. Our age, it's seen how effective the power of discourse is. Edibet Sözen says, life is in discourses, and life takes place with discourses. We live no longer in Newton's absolute time and space. We live in uncertain, chaotic universe in discourses. According to Günay, discourse is not a series of sentences, but a linguistic structure formed by sentences and exceeding the sentence. Based on these two definitions, it can be concluded that it's not correct to limit the discourse to sentence, because discourse is much more than what is said. It's a situation that interpreted according to events, facts encountered in life. It's a concept that gains meaning in certain contexts and whose value is determined according to time and space. Therefore, discourse cannot be considered independent of conditions in which it produced. As for political discourse, we can say that any discourse can turn into the political discourse depending on the space in which it produced. To be more precise, it can be said that discourse can be characterized according to context in which it's produced rather than its content. In addition, Mengenov relates discourse to the space in which it's produced. He speaks of relationship like such a signifier signifying, and says that text and social space are like the front and back of a sheep. It's aimed to influence the voter with political discourses and provide a change in behavior in desired direction. The discourses produced for these purposes are developed around ideological contexts such as freedom, promise of future, the democracy, presented the voter with political codes containing cultural, social, ethnic, or religious messages. There are various types of political discourse, such as discussion programs on televisions, election meetings, press conferences, and voter candidate interviews. Political discourses can change according to their characteristics and purposes. A politician may aim to persuade the voter in social to be loyal to the party, to activate the party loyal to volatile voters. and to force people to adopt general political or social attitudes in order to garner support for the current policy. The feature of political discourse changed according to this purpose, providing politics interact with society in the general. Their purpose may be to persuade voters to be party loyal and turn up to vote, to move a floating voters' party loyalty, and to make people adopt general political or social attitudes in order to attract support for present policy. In this diagram, we can see the desire of political parties in general. There is a subject that tries to reach its goal, and there are other actors, sender, receiver, helper, and opponent. Parties try to persuade the voters, thus they aim to eventually come to power. There are supporters and partisan ideologies as helpers, and on the other hand, there are other parties, opposite ideologies you see. The most important point to be considered in persuasion process of the voter is meaning-making process. The politicians recognize the language is vital in political discourse, so they use the art of persuasion, magical powers, and resources of it. They use both written and visual persuasion methods. However, written persuasion methods are no longer sufficient on their own. Other factors such as colors, clothes, images are also involved because the sender of message has to think about how message can be perceived by receiver. Therefore, social and cultural contexts are significant in this construction process of meaning. The symbols contained in the message that politician wants to convey can be interpreted in the different ways according to demographic, cultural, and educational status of the receiver. Therefore, the intended communication may not be realized at desired level all cases. It's important to follow certain order in order for all these situations to occur at desired level. According to Keller, 6 steps must be fulfilled in order for a person to be persuaded. The first one, you see exposure. First, the person must see and hear the communication, then should notice the communication and understand the intended message or arguments of communication. The person should respond positively to the intended message or arguments of communication and should plan to act in the desired way, and the person should actually act in the desired way in communication. Finally, considering these criteria, it's seen that there are processes that follow each other in order for persuasion to take place. This shows that good strategic planning is necessary for successful communication. If any step in this process is disrupted, there will be no persuasion. This is the same in political persuasion too, because politicians are fully prepared to persuade voters of their point of view. They actually come to power because they can speak convincingly with voter and political elites. If politicians don't build their discourses in planned way, all the processes that they spend time and effort can be wasted. For example, a political advertisement may not reach expected number of voters because it is not sufficiently announced. Maybe political party or leader may not be understood by the public because they cannot express themselves adequately, and etc. Political discourse strategies, we can say politicians use various methods to reach and persuade voters. Therefore, they have to build strong discourses in every period of history. Politicians have used many methods. They have benefited from arguments based on ethnic, religious, cultural, and historical events. Some of prominent strategies in political discourses are mentioned here. The first one is power of simplicity. In politics, as in many fields, the plain, simple, but effective use of language is very important. Therefore, using a language in this way can also be preferred as a strategy. The plainer language is used, the more effective message transmission can be achieved. In other words, it may be wiser to choose the simple, clear, and understandable rather than trying complex roundabout ways. For example, instead of giving more effective and understandable to explain the issue in language that the public can understand easily. Another one, using emotions. It shouldn't be overlooked that not only logical situations affect the voting behavior, but also emotional factors can play an active role. Many studies since 1950s have revealed that the voters don't make logical inferences in their political decisions, and motivation to be emotional factor is higher. Voters who develop a behavior pattern in this direction are consciously or unconsciously affected by emotional communication strategies during election campaigns. Common values of nations, such as national anthem, flag, ethnic identities, are of great importance in the effectiveness of emotional messages. Experience stories, historical events, environment conditions, socioeconomic conditions, rituals that people continue from generation to generation, and some symbols that belong to the society play an active role in decision-making process. It's known that emotions are used extensively in political campaigns. Emotions such as fear, enthusiasm, anger, pride, sadness, happiness, etc. are handled by politicians in line with negative and positive effects. And slogans also is important. They contain some coded meanings, thus ideologies, ideas, movements are presented either explicitly or implicitly. Such uses are associated and naturally derived from cultural sources. The emblem or slogan of a political party is a semiotic resource that clearly conveys positive evaluations about itself and indirectly evaluates the opposite party negatively. Although this is not always the case, it's mostly aimed to give message to the voter, and slogans are produced in this direction. For this reason, emblems or slogans are loaded with meanings to remind some cultural codes. Each listed feature of chosen slogan should serve the ideology of a relevant politician or party, either explicitly or implicitly. For example, you see the emblem of Justice and Development Party in Turkey is a bulb. The bulb expresses light, luminosity, transparent management. Burning in the light bulb describes the movement and effort. Based on this, it can be thought that the party is information that emphasizes the transparent politics, peace, trust, efforts, and labor. On the other hand, the emblem of Republican People's Party is 6 arrows. 6 arrows represent Atatürk's principles of republicanism, nationalism, populism, secularism, statism, and revolutionarism. Here it can be thought that the future plans of the party will be shaped in the line with Atatürk's principles. Again, Justice and Development Party slogan Target 2023 and the Republican People's Party slogans Everything Will Be Fine are integrated with the relevant parties that have taken a place in memory of Turkish people. The slogan Target 2023 means we will be in power in the future. We have a lot of work to do. We will put our signature on the many innovations in 2023 maybe. The slogan Everything Will Be Fine means if you choose us, we promise you a good future. That process will get better maybe. Both slogans were chosen to show parties themselves more preferable in the eyes of the voter. These processes are indispensable parts of political conflicts. And othering is one of the most used strategies in politics is othering also. There is always an other in question, and in almost every discourse, the mistakes and deficiencies of other are expressed. Thus, politicians present their own selves as ideal, wanted, longed for. The humiliation of a group, classification, distance, discrediting, belittlement as a human being, attribution of negative features, labeling, leaving someone alone, maybe, showing weak, blaming are kind of othering. Although this kind of belligerent and aggressive and divisive discourse sometimes leads the user to reach his goal, but it can be risky from time to time. Metaphors and metonymies are pronouns can also be used in othering. because metaphors shape our thinking about politics and can affect our perception of the world. Erdogan uses we for his party. He often prefers to use these for the opposite party. In addition, Erdogan's characterization of Mr. Kemal as the Republic People's Party's chairman Kılıçdaroğlu has been used for a long time with the meaning of ridicule contempt. However, Kılıçdaroğlu, in his speech in Balıkesir, he accepted the description and they said, yeah, I gave my whole life to be Mr. Kemal. Being Mr. Kemal is not easy. For this, first you will be morally, you will not be treated unfairly, you will be just. Who are you? Who is Mr. Kemal? He succeeded in turning Erdogan's rhetoric into praise. Thus, the power gained through discourse passed from one leader to another. And manipulation. It's known that political discourses are focused on convincing the voter to take action in desired direction. Exaggerated and powerful language is used to impress them. According to Dennis Strong, there are different ways of influencing people, and this can be intentional or unintentional. Linguistic manipulation, which can be considered an effective tool of political rhetoric, is also among strategies used by politicians. Manipulation can be defined as hiding the intention of the one in power from the receiver. In other words, it can be expressed as directing a piece of known information, making additions and deleting or changing this information in the line with their own goals and objectives. Manipulation is done without making people feel their ideas, perceptions, and behavior. Various techniques are used for manipulation in politics. A politician should know what to manipulate, how to achieve his goal by proceeding, not using violence or force. Thus, manipulated person doesn't feel any external compulsion or obligation. He thinks that he has made his own decision. American professor Herbert Schiller says that manipulation occurs with myths and skillful placements of these myths in human mind. And cherry picking is one of the manipulation techniques used by politicians, which is defined as the use of situations or data that confirm a certain view, but the ignoring data that is related to the topic, but may be in conflict with this view. Especially when serious decisions that will concern the whole country are to be taken, examples from other countries are given, and the sides of that supports their own ideas are highlighted by going through the similarities. For example, when there is a small improvement in the areas such as economy, education, and health, it's shown as perfect. When there is a serious decrease, the situation is left in the background and the situation tolerated. Therefore, politicians focus only on the part of the events that will benefit from them and reject or criticize the other side. And gaslighting, which is among the strategies used by politicians, can be defined as bad manipulations that push the individuals to question his perception of reality, logic, and even mental health. Gaslighting is a type of psychological abuse aimed at making victims seem or feel crazy, creating surreal interpersonal environments. By arousing suspicion in the individual's self-doubt is ensured. Thus, individuals begin to question their own truths, contradict themselves, and eventually become controllable as weak and powerless individuals. With this strategy, it becomes easier to manage the individual who thinks that he is dependent on them and there is no other way out. Here you see Kılıçdaroğlu's last tweets, and as you see, Kılıçdaroğlu has turned his house into kind of public space. There is a rosary on his desk and Ziya Gökalp's book called Book of Turkishness. In order to be persuasive, he has transformed his environment into space suitable for political discourse. He drinks a cup of tea and wears rather ordinary shirt to create the image "I am one of you." The book called We Can Succeed, standing on the back shelf, is placed right there to give the message that we can do everything together. And conflicts are deliberately created in politics, where the politicians position himself as I, there is always he or she or other. And in any case, he or she is the owner of negative objectives. With this contrast, the politicians position themselves in good place in the eyes of voters while presenting the opposite side as responsible for all negative and troublesome with these discourses. They form a certain group together with the masses they influence, and those outside this group are excluded. In this way, they try to arouse sympathy for their own party, which affirm their rhetoric. Based on this, the general structure of political discourses can be shown in this semiotics sphere. In conclusion, it can be said that today's political leaders use both logical and emotional strategies to influence voters. Various strategies such as metaphor, interrogative sentences, ask them oppositions, use them emotional languages, and intertextuality are frequently used in political discourses, and there are many effects. Therefore, many strategies are used to create behavioral change in voters. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Dogan Quine, merci beaucoup. And Petul Kanakpina.
Yeah.
Yes, PhD student, Giresun University in Turkey. Yes, I hope you stay in touch with us online for the discussion. And yes, Professor Lee Yang-ki at the University of Hanguk University of Foreign Studies. Please.
Thank you very much, Betül.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
Thanks for giving me this opportunity. And hello, I'm Yang Lee. I'm working as a researcher at Center for Critical Foreign Language Education in Hanguk University of Foreign Studies. I studied in Turkey during my PhD, and my PhD topic is related to cognitive linguistics. Moreover, I have been particularly interested in semantics and also interested in textual analysis. And also interested in textual analysis and semiotics. Before the discussion, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Mustafa Ushari, who shared his meaningful work called Semiotic Studies based on the poetry by Yahya Kemal. And also I'd like to thank Dr. Betül Çanakpınar, Dr. Murat Kalelioğlu, and Professor Dr. Doğan Günay for sharing their inputs about political semiotics. First of all, I'd like to elaborate a little more on the first presentation of the semiotic analysis of Yahya Kemal's poetry and ask some questions. Then I also have two questions for Dr. Betül Çanakpınar regarding the political semiotics of Turkey. Yeah. In Yahya Kemal's poem, At Morning in Süleymaniye, the mosque can be analyzed and given significance as a symbol text. This study analyzes the text of this poem based on the grammatical structure and semiotic method and the enunciation theory. The poem analyzed in this presentation convey the story of the Turkey of Anatolia, in particular the so-called Anasırı Elba, the four elements that constitute existent air, water, earth, and fire are essential to the understanding of the characteristic of Turkish classical literature and the cultural thinking of the Turkey. The four elements express the story of the life and death. The binary oppositional relationship between the four elements can be imaginary or real, and the categorical and deficient opposition are found inside and outside the text respectively. understood as the opposition of water and life, fire and death, air and eternity, and earth and death. Furthermore, this study found that Yahya Kemal describes the value of the Turkey through the conceptual elements of art, health, compassion, and belief. Another analyst revealed that Kemal's poem dribbled rhymes in terms of isotopes at the phonetic and semantic levels. Being a genre of Turkish verse literature called Beyit, this poem consists of a couplet and a total of 43 beats. This rhyme scheme is a universal method in Turkish poetry. To follow the scheme, the poem used vocabulary and various grammatical markers such as case ending, aspect, and tense in accordance with Turkish vowel and consonant. As the researcher investigated and analyzed this, the poem was found to have secondary isotopes. As a whole, where the concept of religion, history, geography, country, and people are described. For example, a series of historical events after the defeat in the Battle of Malazgirt, Islam and Anatolian Peninsula, which is home to the Turkey, are explained semiotically in the poem. In this way, the text of a poem can refer to specific events about time, space, people, and actions. Here is my question to Mustafa Hocam. Since Yahya Kemal's poem was significantly influenced by the Divan literature Ottoman Empire, I would like to know whether such semiotic features are also revealed in the aspect of the harmonization of traditional and modernity, religion and life. In other words, I would like to learn more about the sociological values of humans and culture in terms of connection between the Turkic and Muslim. In addition, the Süleymaniye Mosque depicted in the poem, which was built by the Ottoman Empire, contains various literary discourses. I would also like to know if there are other studies in which structure semiotically analysis of the mosque in this poem has a specific meaning with other verses literature or prose literature. And then I'll ask simple questions to Dr. Betül Çanakpınar. I have two questions for your analysis. First, from the viewpoint of text semiotics, are there significant differences in the political pursuit of other parties in Turkey, like MHP, İYİ Party, HDP? It would be appreciated if you could give us some information. Second, I was wondering if this was reflected in the media, such as TV news and newspaper, and semiotic characteristics are shown differently according to the political discourse. Additionally, it would be much appreciated if you could recommend other useful study in related to your analysis. And thank you for listening.
Yes, Professor Kanak, would you like to give some comment on this intervention in terms of discussion? Okay.
Yes, we have only talked about politics in Turkey here, but we can say that the situations we mentioned here are valid for all policies all over the world, I can say. But now the time is limited, so I can only give a few examples of these. Of course, the other parties can be talked here, and I think it will be very interesting. But we have limited time, and it is the short brief. Maybe I can also this one. I think this
Si
is
vous voulez, je peux dire quelque chose en français, monsieur.
Oui, monsieur professeur Dogan Culet, vous pouvez faire votre intervention. Voilà.
Oui,
en
nous
français,
suivons, en général, nous suivons en Turquie, nous suivons l'école sémiotique de Paris, c'est pourquoi c'est une théorie assez difficile, théorique, mais à mon avis, c'est cohérente, une théorie cohérente, vraiment cohérente. Et alors, pour nous, du moins, Béthune, elle ne veut pas analyser d'une manière détaillée tel ou tel parti politique, mais en général, la communication dans la vie politique, comment on produit le sens à l'aide des discours politiques. Elle a expliqué, c'est moi qui aidais toujours, nous trois, nous étions ensemble, c'est moi qui aidais toujours. Alors, c'est pourquoi Béthune, pour le moment, peut-être elle fait ses études de doctorat pour le moment, peut-être avec ses études de thèse, elle étudie tel ou tel parti politique, oui, MHP ou HDP, I-Parti. Madame parle de ces partis, oui. Et pour le moment, c'est seulement comment on produit le sens dans les discours politiques.
Ok.
Merci.
Ok, Mr. Dogan. Merci beaucoup. Voilà,
Je vous en prie.
I don't know whether
ne traduisez pas quelqu'un qui comprend
briefly,
ça se fait.
Betul kanap nak pina not now studying under direction of Mr. Professor Dogan Kila. She didn't want to go deeper in details, but she wanted to stay in general knowledge in terms of political analysis of political discourses. Yes. We are going to wrap up the last the 2 days program. I scroll. No. It's you. Comment.
Thank you for all speakers and discussants and listeners. There are some technical problems, but I would like to thank you for audience here too. I hope we will continue more smoothly tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. 굉장히 감사합니다. 오랫동안 장시간 지내주셔서요.
Second day for this first conference of Asian Semiotics, taking place not here in the media hall, in the same building. Number of the room, media hall 412, 412, cinema 12.